Hello, everyone. Is anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? I might need to add the headphones. Does that work? Maybe. Hope the volume's working. How is everyone? Hope everyone's doing well. Kevin's Canine and Aquatics just finished. Awesome stream. Awesome. Had everybody up there. Half the fish fam was up on his stream throughout the few hours he went for. It was awesome. Yeah. So this hasn't been shared out on Facebook or anything, so probably nobody knows I'm here. So while I've got a minute, I might as well bore everyone shitless with a little bit of guitar. Seems I'm by myself here at the moment. Yes, it's working. I think anyway. That's it, Chris. Chris Paul, how are you, mate? So good to see you. Just not if you can hear me. First Paul, how you been, mate? Been doing all right? Summer is approaching. Definitely starting to warm up a bit during the day. My lizards are starting to get more active and doing their thing, which is great. But now they just want to roam all over the place. Sunshine, got the camera out, been taking some photos. That's awesome. It's some good photo opportunities at the moment. Some really good light, I've noticed the last few days. Though I didn't get out too much today. Spent most of the time inside watching streams. So what sort of camera are you using? I take it it's a DSLR, whatever they call. DSLR, yeah, that's it, isn't it? Amazing technology. I've got a few old Olympus cameras, old film cameras, which are basically redundant because you can't get them processed and it's just a waste of time. Oh, nice. Nikon. Yeah. I've sort of stuck with Olympus and they were great. The DSLR was great until I had it stolen, but I've got one of those. Is it mirrorless or something they call them now? You have a camera collection? Awesome, mate. Yeah, I've got a camera collection too. It's quite a spin out. I got far too many. I picked up a lot at op shops and cash converters and stuff like that on the cheap. But that was before digital. And then suddenly digital came out and they're all redundant. You've got to have digital. So it just makes it so much easier, doesn't it? You can take 450 photos and hope one of them turns out instead of just taking a photo on a 24-roll film and wait for a couple of weeks to find out if they've worked out or not. Polaroids, yeah, Polaroids are cool. I've always wondered about the Polaroids, if they still work, if you can still get gear for them and stuff, because you can still find them around. I've got that much delay happening on my guitar pedal that I can't play much else apart from very gentle stuff. Get that Pink Floyd sound happening. Can still get film developed? Yeah, right. You still get it developed. I need to use up all my old films then, get the old cameras out and take some photos. I don't know how many millions of photos I've got. I took far too many photos in my life. Not enough of people. Most of them are of landscapes. I'm a landscape artist, photographer, I suppose you might say. Not completely because I've got no friends, but headphones. My headphones are from Artist Guitars. They're Super Lux. And sorry, I can't tell you this. I can't tell you what they are, but they're it's on Artist Guitars website. That's artist. Oh, I'm not posting. Artist Guitars. And these are just a $39 set that they've got, and they're, I don't know, to me they seem fantastic. They're super comfy, not all that heavy, and they've got a dozen different types, and these were the cheapest, so they've got a lot better ones. But yeah, I just needed a set of monitoring headphones to plug into my audio interface that I play my guitar through. And yeah, Artist Guitars, just an amazing company. They'll really look after you. They have sales and all sorts of good stuff. Guitars are amazing. Getting all sorts of good reviews on their guitars and all their equipment. They've just been amazing. The customer service is incredible. Based in Sydney, I believe. And yeah, free postage Australia-wide, which is always handy. Oh, awesome. Yeah. I would have loved to have got the Audio Technica, but I was ordering other stuff through artists, and I saw these and said, "Oh, I'll just grab them and check them out and see what they're like." And they just seem awesome to me. They're fantastic. But yeah, Audio Technica is just amazing. You always have to wonder what things will be like. But yeah, I'm just happy that these are good quality and seem to be working fine for me. Bit too much delay and stuff. Okay, let's try that. Freaky. Woo. Let's try a bit of a gospel tune, sort of gospel anyway, something like that. It's got religious tones to it anyway. It's called Remember Me. Why can't I reach that? Remember me. Remember me when I'm gone to see the Lord. I'll be gone, too far gone. But I'll be home. Kill some of the effects. All of the effects. Got my right leg completely numb at the moment. It's bloody whatever you call it. Right. Remember me. Remember me when I'm gone to see the Lord. Well, I'll be gone, too far gone. But I'll be home. Remember me. Remember me when I'm gone to see the Lord. Well, I'll be gone, too far gone, but I'll be home. Well, it's the wrong guitar for this song, but we'll try it anyway. I, of course, have the Gretsch, my baby. It's a John Denver song. It's called This Old Guitar. This old guitar taught me to sing a love song, showed me how to laugh, how to cry, introduced me to some friends of mine, brightened up some days, helped me make it through some lonely nights. What a friend to have on a cold and lonely night. This old guitar gave me my lovely lady, opened up her eyes and ears to me. Brought us close together. I guess it broke her heart. Opened up a place for us to be. What a lovely space, what a lovely place to be. This old guitar gave me my life, my living, all the things you know I love to do. Serenade the stars that shine from a sunny mountainside. Most of all, to sing my songs to you. I love to sing my songs to you. I love you people. Okay, here's a song I don't really know at all. Let's have a quick look at my version of what I can do. The storm is threatening my very life today. If I don't get no shelter, ooh, I'm gonna fade away. Ooh, sister, it's just a shot away. Oh, children, just a shot away. Who knows? Try another one of these. Don't know that one either. And yeah. And yeah. You make me cry. No, don't know it. Got one absolute dead leg here at the moment, which is giving me the proverbials. What? Quick look. Oh, Chappie's going. Oh, mate, I better jump off and let Chappie go. Not that I'm taking anyone off him, because there's no one here. But there is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. There was a tailor and sold my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Hello, anybody who's here. It is I, GRB, where, I'm just playing a couple of songs here, waiting to see if anybody rocks up, which probably won't happen. How's it go? Just take a seat, they're always free. No surprise, no mystery. In this theater that I call my soul, I always play a starring role. So lonely, so lonely, so lonely. Song by an Australian band called Australian Crawl. It's called Oh No, Not You Again. Need a bit more volume. Let me tell you about two young lovers that live by the coast. She was such a pretty thing. Oh man, what a host. Evening time, she sets the table for four. Some friends are coming round tonight. He's out on the town, he's trying to score. Not you again. Oh, not you again. Don't own no swimming pool, not even color TV. He works awful hard some days, she lets him be. Things ain't looking good for them, no loving no more. He's out on the town tonight, knocking on the wrong doors. Oh, not you again. Oh, not you again. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Ah, that one. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Minutes after they took off from the bottomless pit. Don't know that one either. Oh well, I've lost my one viewer. Oh, a viewer. Hello, viewer. You are the viewer. Good to see you. Back to zero. Oh well, I keep losing them quick. Gain a viewer, lose a viewer. Back to zero. Can you have mod? Hello, Andrew Thompson. How are you, man? Yeah, going all right, Andrew. Having a little quiet afternoon here in Western Australia. Now 6:21, so I suppose it's officially evening, no longer afternoon. Where are you situated, Andrew? And then there was zero. Whiskey bottles, brand new cars, oak tree, you're in my way. There's too much coke, too much smoke. Look what's going on inside you. Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. Smell it gets around, the smell of death around you. Mm-hmm. Try that again. Whiskey bottles, brand new cars, oak tree, you're in my way. There's too much coke, too much smoke. Look what's going on inside you. That smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. Smell of death around you. Angel of darkness is upon you. Stuck a needle in your arm. You fool, you. Take another toke. Have a blow for your nose. One more drinkful will drown you. Yeah, you. Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. The smell of death's around you. Now they call you Prince Charming. Can't speak a word when you're full of luge. So you'll be alright come tomorrow. Tomorrow might not be here for you. Yeah, you. That smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. Smell of death around you. One little problem that confronts you. You got a monkey on your back. Just one more fix, Lord, might do the trick. One hell of a price for you to get your kicks. Hell yeah. Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. Smell of death around you. Okay, here's some dangerous songs. Hey, hey, hey. Your lipstick stains. Your lipstick stains on the front of my left side brain. I knew I wouldn't forget you, so I went and let you blow my mind. Your sweet moonbeam, the smell of you in every single dream I dream. I knew when we collided, you're the one I had decided, one of my kind. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio, stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, just in time. I'm so glad you have a one-track mind like me. You gave my love direction, a game show love connection we can't deny. I'm so obsessed. My heart is bound to beat right out of my untrimmed chest. I believe in you like a virgin, you're Madonna. And I'm always gonna wanna blow your mind. Tonight, well, maybe the chorus. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio, stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. The way you cut a rug, watching you's the only drug I need. You're so gangster, I'm so thug, you're the only one I'm dreaming of, you see. I can be myself now finally, in fact there's nothing I can't be. I want the world to see you be with me. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, soul sister, that Mr. on the radio, stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Hey, 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 tonight. Hey, 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 tonight. Oh, let's get really down. I'll sing it one last time for you. Then we really have to go. You've been the only thing that's right in all I've done. And I can barely look at you every single time I do. I know we'll make it anywhere away from here. Light up, as if you have a choice. Even if you cannot hear my voice, I'll be right beside you, dear. louder, louder, and we'll run for our lives. I can hardly speak, I understand why you can't raise your voice to say. To think I might not see those eyes, it makes it so hard not to cry. And as we say our long goodbyes, I nearly do. Light up, as if you have a choice. Even if you cannot hear my voice, I'll be right beside you, dear. Louder, louder, and we'll run for our lives. I can hardly speak, I understand why you can't raise your voice to say. Light up, as if you have a choice. Even if you cannot hear my voice, I'll be right beside you, dear. Okay, well, we can try it. I'll have to get this sorted. Okay, let's do this one. It's by Train. It's called Save Me, San Francisco. Woohoo! I used to love the tenderloin until I made some tender coin. And I met some ladies from Marin. We took the highway to the one up the coast to catch some sun. Left me with these blisters on my skin. I don't know what I was on, but I think it grows in Oregon. Kept going right on through. Drove into Seattle rain, fell in love, then missed the train. Could have took me right back home to you. Well, I've been high, I've been low, I've been yes, I've been oh, how no. I've been rock and roll and disco. Won't you save me, San Francisco? Every day so caffeinated, I wish they all were golden gated. Fillmore couldn't feel more miles away. So wrap me up, return to sender. Let's forget this 5-year bender. Take me to that city by the bay. I never knew all that I had. Now Alcatraz don't seem so bad. At least they have a hell of a fine Merlot. If I could wish upon a star, I'd hitch upon a cable car to that place I can always call my own. Well, I've been high, I've been low, I've been yes, and I've been oh, hell no. I've been rock and roll and disco. Won't you save me, San Francisco? I've been up, I've been down. I've been so damn lost since you're not around. I've been reggae and calypso. Won't you save me, San Francisco? To tell you the truth, I miss everything, yeah, everything. It's a wild, wild, beautiful world. There's a wide-eyed girl back there, and she means everything, yeah, everything. Well, I've been stop, I've been go, I've been yes, and I've been oh hell no. I've been rock and roll and disco. Won't you save me, San Francisco? I've been up, I've been down, I've been so damn lost since you're not around. I've been reggae and calypso. Won't you save me, San Francisco? Degenerate, how are you, mate? How's things? Great show earlier. Well, a long way earlier. But yeah, it was a good show earlier. Good to see you. You having a good day? Oh. Bright and early in the morning over there. What is it? Sunday morning. Sunday morning, yes. Sunday evening here. And, we apparently have 2 viewers. That's the most viewers I've had. I've been going an hour. I've been here by my lonesome, entertaining myself. Oh, well. Yeah, going well here. 6:42 a.m. Woo! You going fishing or something up this early on a Sunday? I just did a couple of train songs. They are so much fun. Such a great band. This is a little Bob Dylan song done by everybody under the sun, of course, like most Bob Dylan songs. My favourite version is Jerry Reed and Chet Atkins finger picking and Jerry Reed singing. Just brilliant version. I don't do it any justice, of course, but I'm going to try. So here's a quick. It's called Don't Think Twice by Bob Dylan. Well, it ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe, if you don't know by now. It ain't no use to sit and wonder why, babe. It don't matter anyhow. When you roost the crows at the break of dawn, look out your window and I'll be gone. Well, you're the reason I'm traveling on, baby, don't think twice, baby, it's alright. It ain't no use in turning on your light, babe, the light I never knowed. It ain't no use in turning on your light, babe, I'm on the dark side of the road. I wish there was something you could do or say to try and make me change my mind and stay. We never did too much talking anyway. Baby, don't think twice, it's alright. It ain't no use in calling out my name, babe, like you never did before. And it ain't no use in calling out my name, babe, I can't hear you anymore. I'm thinking and wondering, walking down the road. I once loved a woman, a child I'm told. I gave her my heart, but she wanted my soul. I said, don't think twice, baby, it's alright. I'm walking down that long, lonesome road, babe. Where I'm bound, I can't tell. Goodbye is too good a word, babe. I just say fare thee well. I ain't saying you treated me unkind. You could have done better, but I don't mind. You just kinda wasted all my precious time. So don't think twice, baby, it's alright. Don't think twice, baby, it's alright. Yeehaw! Always up this early, degenerate. That's cool, mate. I'm I'm the same. Get up early. I've got a bad back, which usually makes me get up out of bed a lot earlier than I wished. But yeah, it's not a bad way to be. It's always the best time of the day, I reckon. Early in the morning, no one else around. Cheers, everyone. A couple of red wines here this afternoon. So Kevin had a pretty good stream. Had a cast of thousands came up on stream for him there today. So yeah, it was great. Very enjoyable. George was there and Aquaballs showed us all his new saltwater setups and everything. And yeah, it was great. Dr. Black, Jesse, HC Aqua was there. And yeah, it was awesome little stream. Well, probably went for 3 hours or something, I'd imagine. I have no idea, but yeah. So I thought I'd do a quick after party, but yeah, I was the only one that was invited by the look of it. But Degenerates rocked up. Somebody else is here as well, lurking. We did have 3 a minute ago, but I've lost another one again. Had a few people drop in the first hour. One person for a while, and then they drop off. I couldn't hold the crowd for too long with my bodgy guitar playing and singing, but it was good. Now, we'll try that. Is anything going to work there? No. Oh, you can sort of see them. It's my big jar that's got 4 Gambusia in it. I believe there's a female and 3 males. And she's beating the crap out of the males. Well, not beating the crap out of them, just giving them a hard time. Whoa, freaky. freaky face through the jar. Woohoo, trippy, man. Chewy, how are you, mate? Good to see you. 4 hours, nearly 5 hours. Whoa. That was a good stream, wasn't it? It was a beauty. But yes. Copy to clipboard. Not really sure what that means. Didn't really do what I was intending. A week till final recital. Awesome, Chewy. The face of, yeah, it was an interesting look through the jar. Damn improvement, that's for sure. So that's awesome. Final recital. That's it sounds stressful though, Chewy. I'd be panicking. I'm not good at exams or a recital or public viewing would be horrendous for me. But yes. So looking. No, it hasn't come up. I just tried to post the link in case anybody did want to come up, but said copy to clipboard. So I copied the clipboard and it doesn't go anywhere that I can see. So I'm just going to try to copy and paste. See what that does. Don't know if that worked or not. Awesome. What's that, Chewy? The recital. That'd be awesome if you could do that. A few videos to put up from my college. Oh, yeah, right. Sounds busy. Yeah, recital will be too stressful for me. I know no theory at all. No, zero theory, music theory. I just know nothing. Trying to start learning it now, but yeah, we'll see how I go. Yeah. Oh, there appears to be. Are we there? G'day, mate. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
This I've put together in the last week. So it's in rehearsal. I'm playing it with a drummer, believe it or not, like a hand drummer. Okay. Because we have to play with somebody for final rehearsal, but this is sort of how it goes.
Awesome.
You like?
Awesome, Chewy. Is that, do you have to compose it yourself and all that?
Yes.
Yeah,
The
right.
whole course is based around um, me sort of like learning how to play like lead, but still holding down a rhythm so that it's interesting for another player to play lead.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
That's
like
awesome.
I'm the rhythm guitar player, so but I still have to keep it like technically interesting so that the other player can play off of it.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
basically it. But I'm playing that song with a drummer,
Yeah, right.
so
So what's that? I always love. I can't remember where I heard it. It was some rock band that told me the joke, and it was what do you call the guy that hangs around with musicians, the drummer.
yeah, yeah. Well, this is a girl.
Yeah, right. Awesome.
Okay, so like she's like Aboriginal, so it's like Indian drumming,
Oh, awesome.
like
Yeah.
native Indian drumming. So
Yep.
it's got a
Wow.
real cool feel to it, right? When
Goose. That's
she
they
helps
they,
with it,
they give me goosebumps when the Indian drums start going well.
well, it's sort of like a problem for her because she's not used to play with hands. Like she's used to playing with sticks, but I can't
Yep.
play my acoustic that loud. They
Yeah,
hear
right.
of her, so it's sort of tamed, but it's there.
Yep.
It's sort of tamed, but
I've got I just had a look. I've got like half a dozen YouTube windows open.
yeah, I'm hearing an echo off of one of them.
It 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 must be mine. As I said,
Yes,
I've just had a
mine's
look.
off.
I've got 10,
Mine's off.
10 windows that I need to close very quickly. So I'll try and go through and close them all.
Okay.
I don't think any of them are actually active. They're just sort of tabs that are still open from previous.
And then the
But
other
still,
one, if you want to hear the other one that I have to play, it's
yep.
sort of like one I've played before, but I'm supposed to like play the notes as a lead guitar player, like pick the notes rather than strum the chord that I was
Oh,
doing.
right. Yep.
So I am playing a lead, but I had to write the other part to it, but I can't play it because I'm not technically good enough to actually play the two notes at the same time. But I did write the second part. So
Unreal. No, that's awesome.
That's the general drift of it.
Awesome. No, that's unbelievable. Excellent work.
So I thought I'd play for you GRB since I haven't played for a while and
No, that's great, mate. Thanks for that. That's awesome.
say hello. And
what was the inspiration for the last piece?
It's a song called "I Don't Know."
Okay.
And it's sort of like a tribute to Randy Rhoads, but with a Hendrix kind of style to it.
Yeah, right.
Tribute to Randy
awesome.
Rhoads,
Randy Rhoads, just amazing.
Well, I can't play like Randy Rhoads, and I'm not going to attempt to play like a heavy kind of riff or that kind of thing, but I was thinking of them and I'm going, I don't know, and then that sort of melody came in my head. So I was thinking of them and I'm going, I don't know, and then that sort of melody came in my head.
Not sure where the echo's coming from. Sorry, I closed all my.
Okay, I'll have to see if. Oh, I see. Okay. Is it gone?
Maybe, yeah. I think it is.
Okay, it was on my end. I didn't have it all the way off. Sorry.
Cool. No worries at all. But yeah, Randy Rhoads, just amazing. I'm not a huge heavy metal fan. I appreciate the talent and all that, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, so I never really got into.
Well, he's classically trained, and that's why I like him. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
There's guys that are metal guys that I can't listen to. okay? But there's guys that you can tell have talent and you just get used to their type of sound, right? Sound is just sound, right?
Yeah, like,
So,
and well, not all of them, but so many of them die young, which is a sad
yeah.
thing.
Well, I
Paul
met
Kossoff,
Randy before he died. That's the thing.
right? Awesome. Yeah, yeah. Paul Kossoff is one of my favorite guitarists, and he's, and he he went very young.
Well,
Um,
do you know who Andy Fraser was?
Andy Fraser, he was with Free as well, wasn't he?
Yes.
Right.
Have you
I
ever
don't know
heard
too
of
much.
Hannah Fraser?
Hannah,
Hannah.
no, I don't think so.
Hannah Fraser is a living mermaid who has swam with great big white sharks and like the whale sharks and the big manta rays and all of that sort of stuff. And she
Yep.
gives talks on TED Talks. I wanted to
Okay.
introduce her more than her father. Get a load of that one.
Yeah. Right.
You got the chance to interview the bass player of Free or a mermaid. I picked the
Yep.
mermaid first.
Why not?
Exactly. Well, I had, like, at that time I was running the radio show, right? And my
Yep.
partner was actually a marine biologist at that time. And he wanted to talk to her real bad. And I just went, well, I'll pick the mermaid first. And like the person that's booking my show is going like, really? And I went, yeah, why not? And by picking it that way, I got to know Andy a little bit better.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Like he began to understand he began to understand that I have somewhat of a speech impairment because of my brain injury.
Yeah. Yep.
So I talk like a drug addict, but really I'm not. Like I take it medically, but I'm not like, like a, like the drug user, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So we had a great chat, man. Like
Awesome.
it was very, very cool because, like you grow up listening to Free.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it. Paul Rogers he's probably my favorite vocalist.
As long as he doesn't
Well,
sing
one.
for Queen, I'm okay. He did not
Yeah.
Queen justice, okay? Like I'm a big Adam Lambert fan because at least he's in the same octave range and tone. Paul Rogers,
Okay. Yeah.
Bad Company. Come on, man. He's not like Freddie.
No, that's right. No, it's great rock and roll singer, but yeah,
But when Queen
totally different.
played Bad Company, boy, did it rock. Did you ever see some of the footage from those concerts when Paul was with Queen? When they played Bad Company, they rocked it, man. Like I was going, yeah, okay.
It was awesome music. Awesome music. And that's that Paul Kossoff.
Yep.
In the day, isn't it? And the guitar for Free.
No, it was a different guitar player in Bad Company, but very similar in a lot of ways.
Bad Company. Sorry, I'm thinking before that Free. Yeah. Bad Company. Bad Company.
But you got a wicked guitar player duo down in Australia that I admire greatly.
Right.
I admire how they work together, but they can't work together anymore because Malcolm's dead. And Malcolm was one of the top rhythm guitar players in the world.
For sure.
He could play lead, but he was going, I'm the rhythm guitar player.
Angus sort of taking all the glory, but how many riffs did Malcolm play that are just that famous riff that from the AC/DC song is actually Malcolm Young, it's not Angus at all.
Exactly.
Angus is doing all the lead and stuff. But
Angus is
the
one
famous
that's
riffs.
exploding with the explosive sound, and meanwhile, like Malcolm had the sound that blended in, but it wasn't overpowering. You're going like amazing. Like him and Rudolph Schenker are the two best rhythm guitar players that I've ever seen.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Because they're used to holding it down for some guy who wants to. Like when I talked, like I never got a chance to talk to Malcolm, but I did get a chance to talk to Rudolph quite a bit actually, right? And I said,
Yeah.
your brother has off like I was booking their little sister who was a keyboard player, okay, and didn't get as big exposure as the two older brothers, right? And
Yeah.
I said, well, I'm trying to book like the vault of metal, right? And I'm going, Barbara, can I get Rudolph? And she goes, sure. Here's the manager's address. Let me know if it all comes down. The last day before, I'm emailing Barbara and I'm going, I have not heard from management at all. In the morning, I got an email personally from Rudolph saying, we're doing it. Don't worry about it. And I was in the hospital at the time. And I couldn't get the information to but everything went smoothly, okay? And then I said, well, how about Michael? And she goes, how about a guitar lesson from Michael?
Ooh.
Like Michael does not like doing interviews.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay? It was something that he went through with UFO and the media.
Yeah.
Whereas when he found out that the two guys who ran the show were crew guys, he went, I'll be happy to do it. I said, well,
right.
Does this mean I get a free guitar lesson from Rudolph? Like, as a rhythm guitar player, that's who you want to learn from. You don't want to learn from the lead guitar player. He's like, I watch him play and I sort of see his technique, but it's like, wow. You know, like that's a lot of years of playing.
Yeah. They even like the four chords that AC/DC used over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And, Malcolm had a special way of playing them that it still makes it difficult to play.
Yeah.
Even though you know those four chords, but the way he plays them.
You know, their last 4 albums were actually mixed by a Canadian engineer who's a good friend.
Okay, right.
And so I sort of know like what goes on in AC/DC, but getting them to work when you're an internet radio station, it's a lot more tougher than getting the Scorpions. A lot more tougher.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. They're even here we don't see too much of AC/DC interviews or anything like that in Australia at all. No, it's like they don't
well,
do
I
much.
guess their first singer. Do you know who that was?
Oh, before Bon.
Before Bon. Like the guys,
I
can totally understand why they got rid of him. Yeah.
No, I can't.
Dave,
I've read about it and stuff, but yeah, I don't know.
Dave Evans. Yeah.
Actually, there's a show. Actually, I've only seen it on. I've seen one episode on television, but I've seen it on YouTube. That's out there. That Brian Johnson doing.
Oh, I love that show. I even emailed him and said, I love that show, man.
How good is that show? It is just amazing. That is just the greatest show I've seen. It's just incredible.
Have you seen the one with the Foo Fighters? When he went out and hung out with, what's his name? Dave Grohl?
Dave Grohl.
About his van and everything in that episode.
I
It was
think
great.
that's it. Did they go and do that drive-by of the church group in that or not? Was that something different?
I think it was something different.
Where the
And
band
then,
were on the back of
and
a
then,
truck playing.
and then, and then the next thing that I see out of Dave Grohl, some kid that's like 14 years old is out playing the guy. Like I
Yeah,
was
right.
like, wow. And like
Yeah,
he came out and even said it. She outplayed me, huh?
yeah,
Amazing. Like she got a lot of hype from that, huh?
yeah. That's it. Yeah, yeah. There's a young guitarist around Australia at the moment. Ty, I think it is it? Or Taj Farron.
I've
He's
heard of
like
him.
12 years old, and he's got it. He's
Yeah,
he's got all the he's got all the improvisation as he's on the go, happening at
yeah,
12 years old. It's just like he's not just remembering all the notes like some of the well trained students and so forth. He's a rock and roll star. This kid, and he's only
yeah.
12. He's going to be huge.
But where I get an awful lot of my influences from is from actually Alex Lifeson and his open chords. I just play them differently. Like I
Yeah,
play a lot of the chords that he uses, but I play them
yeah,
differently, you know. But he's like way more skilled than I am. A lot of people are.
yeah. Same with me. Everybody's a lot better than me. I just love it though. It took me till
Well, you've
about
got your
till I
style,
left home.
you know, like you've got your style, and I understand that style because my sister played that kind of style, right?
Right. Yeah.
You know, like country folk kind of, like she would always play Dylan and Simon
Exactly.
and Garfunkel, and that was the type of stuff that her band did. I
Yeah.
was around that
Yeah.
when I was like a kid, right? So,
Mm.
you know, I play a different style. That's all that, like, I play some things in that vein, but not a lot.
Yeah. 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 Exactly. No, there's just so much. I just get so much enjoyment out of it. I had to wait till I was an adult and left home before I was allowed to play guitar. So yeah,
They were
once I did,
trying to get me to play guitar, but I couldn't handle getting the calluses when I was younger. And
yeah, yeah,
and
that's it.
then, and then you begin to realize that you got to go through a lot of pain to get a little gain.
Exactly. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
get get
Yeah.
those calluses there, and you're
Yeah.
safe.
Well, when you get them good enough, they don't even feel like calluses.
That's it. You don't feel it anymore. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
It's a lot of bending notes to really, really. Do you do any bends at all?
I do some bending, but not a lot. No, not really. I don't. Not
Yeah,
much in the lead.
it's the bends that
More,
will get your calluses to like that way.
yeah. I got to. I'm in the process of changing some strings on a acoustic guitar tomorrow. I think is the plan. Put some new strings on it. Had the strings on it are I don't know how old, years old. So they ripped my fingers to pieces. I've started to play electric guitar and go back to the acoustic and go wow. Notice how bad the strings are on the acoustic.
Yeah, yeah. What kind of gauge do you use?
Uh, about a light medium it is, I suppose. So on the electrics they're 1046,
Oh, okay.
and on the acoustic, it probably not far from the same, but maybe more
Well,
11s.
I use heavier
11s.
strings than you do. I use
Right.
a lot heavier strings than you do. I
Yep.
use 52s to 12s.
Okay, yep.
Okay, like like it helps with the tone quite a bit.
Yep. Yeah,
Like it'll give the tone a lower tone.
exactly, yep. They
It's something that I learned off of guitar players. They go, you can play with the thin strings, but it's like uh, if you've got a heavy right hand, you'll break a lot of strings, and I do have a heavy right hand, so
yeah, right.
I stay up in the heavy gauges.
Yeah, I'm usually quite soft on it, so yeah, I get away with playing the light strings, but that just trying to keep the noise down all the time is so I've just sort of learnt that way from trying not to make too much noise.
Actually, you're supposed to look at it as how loud can I be, but
Yeah, that's
I play with
exactly.
the dynamic range, so I know, like, I had to learn how high I could take it for the instrument that I have. Like cedar wood, it breaks up really weird in the high end when you play it hard.
Yeah,
It's
right. See
same
a
with,
degenerate. Take it easy, man. Sorry, much degenerates just heading out to breakfast.
oh, you're going for breakfast? Hey, is there,
Uh
uh,
degenerate
oh,
degenerate fish keeper was in, and he's just going off to breakfast.
yeah.
But
But
yeah,
yes, it's like the two song recital kind of thing. And my teacher hasn't heard that one, so I gotta like sort of get it out for him to hear it before the recital, so he sort of knows what my guitar part is. But
yep, yep.
but I told him you're not playing guitar on this song. I went. I have a different idea with it. I don't
Right,
want another guitar player in. I want a flute.
right.
Like I don't want to hear a blasting guitar, like lead guitar, and all of my stuff. No, thank you.
My ex played flute. He was awesome,
No,
amazing.
like I'm trying to keep it more acoustic than I am electric.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I always thought that I was going to fall in love with a nice cello player, but never happened. I
Well, my
once
sister was a violin player, like a
violin.
pretty good violin player.
Yeah, right. No,
Like
that would be
she
awesome
was
too.
like orchestra quality kind of
Wow. Yep.
violinist. Okay, right?
That's right.
But
They're in a
she
different
didn't have
level.
the same skills on guitar. But it, her music lessons has helped me to learn the mandolin a little bit because
Okay.
mandolin are it's the same kind of key. So I'm going. Can I remember some of my sister's things that she used to practice and drive me crazy with? Right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Exactly.
I remember when she first started, and I'm like screaming, "Do I have to listen to this?"
Yes.
But by the time that she was 18 years of age, she was playing in the Calgary Philharmonic Orchestra,
Wow. Awesome.
lead violinist. I'm
Wow.
going,
That is
yeah,
amazing. Yeah. That's as I was saying. That's a totally different league. That
oh
uh,
yeah,
that
yeah, my
level of
sister
musician.
had talent. But
What
she
I
chose
am.
it all for marriage and kids and all of that sort of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's what happens, isn't it? They're amazing. They often are um, having another life, like they're doctors or nurses or whatever, and then they're these talented orchestra musicians as well.
Right.
It's just incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, but when you dedicate yourself to the public service industry that she did, she had no time for music.
Right.
She's an owner of a Dairy Queen, okay?
Oh, yeah.
In that Dairy Queen, they have got a tourist information center, so she's got no time for music. She's
Yeah.
been like that for a long time. But my brother-in-law actually plays guitar too, and he sounds like Johnny Cash.
Okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
like he's that kind of player, right? So I could
Yep.
understand why the two of them got together. Like
Yeah.
musically, they were good together. I got to hear them play when I was a kid together. Right? But
Yeah.
but the less that they played, the less I saw them. You know, because they were always working, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's it. Life
But
gets in
I
the
did
way of a lot.
admire her record collection. You know, like I don't know about you, but remember when Charlie Watts died?
Yeah.
It was on a Tuesday.
Right.
You know, the first record I ever had of the Stones was Ruby Tuesday, and the
Wow.
one suited that particular day perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet. It's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked early Stones. It's the later stuff that I didn't like so much.
Yeah,
After
I have a
Brian
group.
Johnson, what's his name? Brian, like the original lead guitar player who
Yeah.
died.
Brian,
Yeah,
Brian
yeah.
Jones, was it?
Brian Jones, that's right.
Yeah, I saw I had a little, I never watched it, but it popped up in my YouTube recommendations about who really killed Brian Jones. And I was like, oh, that'd be interesting. I'll need to watch that one time, but I never did. Never saw it. Don't
So
know
did
what
you
that was
ever
all
watch
about.
Hendrix? Did you ever watch Hendrix?
Watch Hendrix playing music, or
Yeah.
yeah, I did watch a bit of Hendrix and
Do
had
you
a few
know? Do you know?
pre-Hendrix interviews.
Do you know something that a lot of people don't know?
Probably not.
Jimi Hendrix actually learned more about guitar when he was staying with his grandmother up here in Canada
Yeah,
after
right.
his parents split up. There's a shrine to Jimmy in Canada, and they
Ah, yeah,
keep on causing all of these problems for people. You know how that area has changed since the '80s, where Jimmy was.
yeah.
Like they tore down the whole black community. It's called Hogan's Alley. Okay, has got nothing to do with Hogan's Heroes. And all of the big black artists would go there and hang out. It was their black community. Well, they decided to just rip the black community down and build this highway. They didn't relocate these people. They didn't do anything. Where Jimmy's grandmother's house sits, it's in a park, okay? And right
Yeah,
now that park, ironically, is full of homeless people.
yeah, right.
Jimmy spent a lot of his time homeless. It's only fitting,
Yeah, right.
okay? But not a
Yeah.
lot of people know that Jimmy's dad was born in Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Jimmy is part Canadian. He's part Native Indian. His grandmother was part Native Indian, which
yeah.
means that they had dual citizenship. Jimmy
Okay. Right.
was as much Canadian as he was American.
Yeah.
It's due to he was born in Seattle that he fought for the country.
Yeah.
But if he grew up in Canada, which would be like a totally different scenario, he might even still be alive. Because we're more that, like hippie type of people.
Yeah.
You know how us Canadians are.
That's right. Exactly.
Hey, play music, rock out, man.
Some of my best friends are Canadian because they've got something similar to the Australians that the
Yeah,
Americans just don't get.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's how come I wanted to do this particular thing because not even the people that were running this black community knew anything about it. Isn't that sad?
Yeah, it
I
is.
ate in the restaurant where Jimmy's grandmother worked when I was 6 years old. How about that? Yeah. Have you ever looked into that story?
No,
You
no,
should
not much at
you
all.
should
I
watch one
will.
of my videos on it, man. You know,
Yep.
it's it's kind of ironic.
Yeah. Yeah. It sure sounds it.
And the reason why I know about it is my girlfriend at the time lived about 4 blocks up the street, and now all of those houses have been torn down, like from the 80s, and they've all
Yeah.
or they've become so decrepit because they're in the poor area of town. Like, who wants to live near a highway?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's it. It's, over here, all those poor and rundown areas from the 1980s have all become the affluent uh, suburbs now, and they're all like because they're in a city,
Yep.
and everyone wants to live there now. So it's like you could have bought two places in the 1980s there for next to no money, and now you can't even go close to affording anything.
Put it to you this way: a small property in Vancouver that's got an old decrepit house on it is like 1.5 million.
Wow, yeah, yeah, that's the
It's the
same.
property, it's not the house.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just
Everybody
imagine.
wants to live by the sea.
Right.
And meanwhile, they're sitting on an earthquake belt that could push them into the ocean, right?
uh,
You know? Like, think about it.
exactly. Exactly. I saw about the amount of money that's spent, taxpayers' dollars that's spent in South Carolina or North Carolina on that the coastline there, all the $1 million houses on the beach, and they're just constantly doing land works to dredge the sand back onto the beach because it's such a windy and rough ocean there that it digs away all the sand. They're saying if they hadn't been doing all that uh, renovation work, replenishing the sand on the beaches, that the coast would be 5 miles inland from the last 30 years. That's incredible.
So I'd
That
like
they
to
just
change the topic here a little bit because I introduced you to Oliver Lucanis, okay?
Yep.
that below water site, okay?
Yep. Yep.
Oliver is like a major kind of dude that specializes in rainforest fish. He's
Okay.
on
Yep.
YouTube. His channel is full of great information. My pet shop, okay, like Oliver does not deal directly with the public, but he deals with the pet shops. So
Yep.
this is basically how I knew all about Oliver was because the pet shop that I shopped at was owned by a past president. So he had all of these connections anyhow, right? And he's like a water chemist expert that has bred discus like crazy amounts of times and all of that kind of stuff, like wild and ornamental, and knows the difference in all sorts of water chemistry. Okay, but
Yep.
that's how I found out about him because I bred African cichlids for that shop, and he goes, why don't you get into something different and maybe like try something? And I said, and he goes, what do you want to try? And I said, I want to do wild discus with a pleco. So he gets me a school of breeding zebra plecos before
Wow.
before the dam was built. Okay,
Yep.
they were amazing. I lost them in my fire. Okay, but
Yeah.
the fish I really wanted out of the Rio Negro was discus. It's
Yep.
beautiful. But Oliver was sold out, so he replaced them with browns. But I got a better deal on it, okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right. I've gone blank.
But
I've forgotten his name at the moment. What's that? Is it Heiko? Oh, what's his last name? What's his name? I
Heiko
can't think of it.
Blair,
Yes. Yeah.
yes, I know
He
Heiko too.
came over here and did a talk at our fish club a few
Heiko's
years ago now.
great.
Yeah, he was good value. It was great.
Yeah, I
Great
know
speech and
Heiko.
that.
Actually, Heiko works with the people that I know in India, so I know him rather well. But I also
Okay.
know the Boston Aquarium Society too through me belonging to that organization. Okay, like
Right. Okay.
my radio show featured a lot of their directors. Okay, like I worked with them, but they knew that I was basically from the Calgary Aquarium Society. Okay, and
Yep.
so when I started my show, I was just basically doing an entertainment show and then went, well, I want to get into fish. And it was just guppies that I got into. But I had to
Yep.
cover so many topics. Like, you have to really prepare.
Yep.
And that's how come I know stuff like Coderic. What did you think of that link that I sent you?
Yeah. I've just haven't had too much time to check them out. I've got them here to look at and check them out maybe tomorrow or later tonight or whatever. But
Uh, let-
yeah,
can I explain Coderic to you?
yeah, for sure.
Okay. The guy who speaks on it from the Canadian Association of Aquarium Clubs is a guy by the name of Tom Mason from the Toronto Zoo. Okay,
Yep.
this is what our aquarium societies decided to put our thing into was saving the ecology of a certain area to breed things in that area, okay, to make sure that a species still exists.
Okay. Yeah.
The red macaw, okay, the red macaw, you know the bird I'm talking about,
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
was endangered in Brazil. They set
Yep.
up a program in Costa Rica. they restocked with 5,000 birds.
Wow. That's big
You don't
numbers.
take a bird out unless you bred it for that purpose, and you've got to have a perfect reason for that purpose. And all of the birds that are in the hobby are, you don't get birds out of the wild anymore.
Yep.
They're all bred within the hobby.
Yeah, right. Awesome.
Okay?
Ah, amazing.
So that's the program down there. So what the cichlid guys do down there, like like the link that you'll see some of the rarer Central American cichlids, like the Vieja.
Yep.
Okay, it's endemic to that area.
Yeah.
It's just that Don Conkle from the American Cichlid Association set up a breeding facility to breed cichlids down there.
Okay.
But there's
Right.
some interesting endemic other species that are not in the hobby,
Hmm.
like tetras.
Yeah.
Why? You know,
Yeah. Exactly. It's
you can use their water to breed them to get them out of there. It's not like the same as, shall we say, the Rio Negro with Project Piaba, where it goes through a flooded drought season. Costa Rica don't work like that.
hmm. Yeah.
Like it doesn't get that hot in Costa Rica. It's in Central America. It's not down by the equator. It's a
Mhm.
different kind of jungle.
Yeah.
I
That's the
had
thing
talked
too.
on my radio show to explain the kind of environment it was, right? And he goes, "No, we don't go through like the floods of Brazil. That's their
No,
area. That's how life has developed. How life has
it's a lot.
developed here. There's no real um, drought season, so you don't see much in killifish."
They have a lot of limestone around as well, so they have like higher pH. And
Right.
people say, oh, they're South American, so they need soft water. But no, a lot of the AHA and so forth need higher,
Yeah.
harder,
Yeah.
harder water
Well, the
because of
Jack
limestone
Dempsey
and so forth.
is a fish that comes out of that area too, and a few others that like that you can breed in hard water.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, exactly.
like look at the firemouth. The firemouth does really really well in harder water, but it's
Yeah,
from Mexico.
yeah, right. Yeah.
You know,
Mm.
but there are a few that do come from South America that do adapt well. Cichlids seem to adapt well, except for angelfish and discus.
Okay, right. Yeah, I haven't really done a lot of angelfish or discus. I've done a lot of the it, well, I've had a couple of trimax and stuff, those sort of fish, and vieja and stuff like that. Cichlids.
Oscar, Oscar, the
I
Oscar
did
comes
have had a couple of Oscars for a while. Yeah, a
from
few
South
years.
America. They come from South America and they adapt
10,
very well to hard water.
yeah,
You
about
know,
10 or so years. I had the Oscars, and can't remember what happened there. Something went wrong with the heater, I believe, and I lost them. That was a shame.
I lost my silver pair of Vale angelfish due to a heater malfunction.
Yeah,
And
nasty.
it was while we were on holidays, and uh,
Yeah,
my aunt
it'll
was
always happen.
freaking out because she was looking after them, and like
Yeah,
it was like, and I'm like 13 or 14 years of age when that had happened, and I was so heartbroken. They would
yeah,
they would raise their young in a community tank of tetras.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, no real bother, like they were good parents.
Yeah. Amazing. Amazing fish.
My favorite pair
Yeah.
of fish I had in my lifetime, actually.
Right, yeah. I've gone most of this most fish I've had need to survive my winter temperatures where water gets down on 12, 14, something like that Celsius.
Out of curiosity, what did Heiko do for a topic?
Was collecting um, collecting discus was
Uh,
mostly it. Um, it was pretty much determined by the club, but he had it was about collecting in a number of situations actually, but yeah, a lot about discus.
well, him and ichthyologist Andrew Rayal are involved in cataloging all of the fish of India.
Yeah, wow.
And this is what tells me an awful lot about what is going on in Asia.
Yeah,
Like, are you cataloging these fish because they're going to go extinct?
it's understand there's some amazing fish farms like in India have
Oh, I
opened up
know.
in the last recent years of whatever as well. Amazing fish
Yeah,
farms and
yeah, I know. They spend a lot of time on their culture. Like, the reason why I get into that is India is dwarf snakehead country, okay? And one of
okay,
our
gotcha. Yeah,
directors was from India that kept little dwarf snakeheads. And, like we both can't believe that they're banned in Canada. Like, does this mean that fish from India can live in our waters? No. We can't keep zebra danios out over the winter time. They die.
yeah,
Die a
yeah, that's
grueling death.
yeah,
Like white cloud mountain fish are from China. They can survive.
yeah,
So can goldfish. We have lakes full of them.
yeah,
But when you see the little dwarf snakeheads and you know that they can't survive in your country, it really says something about how certain things are controlled. Because
yeah.
only one of those species, the northern snakehead that comes from Russia, could survive in our waterways
Okay,
all
yeah,
year round.
yeah. I've got a couple of sleepy cod, so they're more of a from the gudgeon family, but they're not really a cod, but they're a Australian sleepy cod, and they're very snakehead like
Right.
fish, um, and amazing fish they are.
Yeah.
But they're we're naturally we can't have snakehead either, of course. But
Well, it's
fish,
understandable because you've got areas where a fish from India could survive very easily. You
yeah,
know,
that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
okay. Like the one that would have a hard time living down there would be probably the Russian
the
because
Russian. Yeah, that's right.
like the northern snakehead would probably have a rougher go of it
Yeah.
than the ones from India. You know,
Mm. Yeah, exactly.
you know, like I understand why we keep out the fish that are generally on that list. Like a lot of them would do damage to our waterways, like the
Yeah.
European carp, for example, which is in Australia. You know the
Oh
one I'm
yeah.
talking about, European perch. Sorry,
Yeah.
the
That carp.
European perch.
Oh, European perch. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're everywhere as well. They're around here. There's not too many carp here, but on the eastern states, the carp are everywhere. But yeah, we've got we've got European perch everywhere around here.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. That would survive in Canadian waters easily.
I always think that'd be an amazing aquarium fish.
Oh, they're beautiful. They're beautiful.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
that's
how
right.
beautiful they are. I'm going, oh, but I would rather have a little snakehead from India than that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's going to cause no problem for our environment.
Hmm.
You know, like it's not going to become an invasive species. Like it wouldn't survive our winter, except for
Yeah.
maybe in one area. Have you ever heard of the Banff Hot Springs?
Yes. Yeah.
You know that there's
Banff
so
is.
many invasive species in there, and they're protected by our federal government.
Okay.
You can't take them out.
Yeah.
You just go, the damage is already done. We've lost our only tropical fish that was endemic to Canada,
Mm.
right? Like it could survive in like places like Mexico quite easily because that's how warm the hot springs is. Like it's
Yeah.
full of limia right now. Like it goes
Wow.
in cycles.
Mm. Yeah.
But the first fish that was introduced was the guppy and the mosquito fish, and I have a feeling that the mosquito fish outcompeted the days more than the guppies did.
Yeah.
What's
Well,
your
I've
thought?
recently I've got a local park near me which we're just coming out of winter now, and over winter we get lots of rain. Well, if we have a good raining season, winter we get a bit of rain. This one we have had a bit of rain, and the park has been flooded for 3 months continuously now. It might flood for a couple of days and then the water would drain away, but it's just been continually flooded. And I was down there with the kids, and they were looking there trying to catch tadpoles, and we came up and we had fish in the net. And we, what the hell? They look like Eastern Gambusia.
Yep.
So it's just incredible. I don't know if the council's put them in there or if they've just found their own way in there or what, but I
Well,
know that
somebody
they're around.
has got to introduce them. Like they aren't going to get up and walk themselves into it.
No,
You know,
we
it's not like a bull shark that finds his way around into anything.
no, that's right.
You know about
We
bull sharks, right? Like they go from freshwater
yeah,
to saltwater. Like
yeah,
they're
that's right.
the most dangerous shark. Like people get scared of great whites. The
Yeah.
bull shark is more of a terror on people than the great white is.
Yeah.
If you're stupid enough to be in the water with the great white, you deserve what you
Yeah.
get.
Yeah. I agree.
However,
So
we do not have that problem with great whites in our area.
right. Yeah. We do.
Well,
We lose probably about 20 surfers every year in Australia to great whites.
I have a feeling that it's got to do with the orca populations in the Pacific Oceans that you don't really hear about the great whites so much.
Mm, yeah.
Because you've got that orca population that is known to hunt great whites.
Mm.
Ours, they don't even run into them. Like,
Yeah.
we don't have a dangerous shark in Canadian waters. We don't have one
Oh, yeah.
that is known to attack marine. But there are a few with teeth that could do damage if you upset them. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying, right? Like a fish will attack you if you are hindering it, right? You
Yeah.
know, but that's more of like an accidental kind of bite, like leave me alone, sort of like a dog going, leave me
Yeah.
alone. You're pulling my ear, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Exactly. I've uh, I've given up entering the ocean these days. I'm too old, and every time if I get past my knees, I'm starting to hear the Jaws music. So it's time for me to stay out of the ocean, I think. So
Well, you don't get to go and see the mud skippers over by Perth area, though.
no, no, but I was up in Darwin. I spent 12, 15 years up in Darwin, Northern Territory, up North Australia, and we had mud skippers everywhere up there. They would just be on all the
Now,
boat ramps, all the mud flats, and just everywhere.
I sort of have a theory as to what keeps that fish from being spawned in captivity.
Okay, yeah.
Waves,
Waves, yeah.
tide, low tide.
Tidal, yeah.
Like it's got a lot to do with like all of them. Like
Definitely
all of the mud skippers are
the
affected
tidal
by waves.
influence.
So
In
I'm
Darwin,
how do
Darwin
you
and Northern Australia
grade?
has some of the most, the biggest tides in the world,
Yeah,
and and the water will go out 2 kilometers and then come back in 2 kilometers. It's incredible, and that leaves a lot of mud flat for the mud skippers are just happily swimming around or jumping around on the surface and go into a hole, and just under the surface there's water, and yeah,
do
there's
they not bury their eggs in the sand?
oh, I'd say they would, and everything, because with the
Exactly.
tide,
And that's how
with
come I'm going. The tide has got a lot to do with it.
as I said, it's like the water might be hundreds of meters away,
Yeah,
down. You're just on the beach, and you'll see these mud skippers on the surface, and then they're down a hole. But by the time you get anywhere near them, they're down
yeah.
a hole, and under. If you dig up into that hole, you soon find water. There's water there, even though the actual water, the surface or the shore of the water is actually hundreds of meters away down the beach. It's just incredible that
Because
they'd be up.
from what I understand, this is from what I understand from my friends in India. The pea puffer, the zebra danio, one of the small dwarf snakeheads, and the mud skippers share the same kind of niche.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
G'day, Mike. Yeah,
Like the pea puffers are the snail eaters. The um, snakeheads of like dwarf snakeheads are like muscle eaters. Okay? They would do damage in a muscle field. Okay?
yeah,
Whereas they are more of a muscle type of eater. Okay? Like the ones that are not fish eaters. Okay? Like the dwarfs could care less about fish. Like the
yeah,
little like the little wee zebra danios swim around with two species. One is called Goncha, and they look exactly like Goncha fry.
Right. Okay. Isn't that amazing?
So it's like they school with them.
Yep. That's incredible. Survival.
You know, it's like the study of the fish in nature. And so I'm going, well, why isn't mud skippers not being bred? And then I thought about it. It's waves.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And as I say, they're on land hundreds of meters away from the water.
Yeah.
Well, the water will come over there in a couple of hours, but still, they're hundreds of meters away, and you can't recreate that in aquariums, or not easily.
Yeah, you'd have to have them. Like, I've seen an aquarium where the guy was using it with like Xingu placos that are used to that high pace of water. Like the amount
Yep.
of water that was flowing through there, that pleco was hanging on for dear life, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But that kind of thing could cause, like you just shift it from going to side, and then you just make sure that you've got land above for them to like get the drift, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I've
It's
seen that kind of setup, and I'm going, well, maybe that would work because I've never heard of them being spawned. Kept, yes, but
no,
not spawned. Not
no,
naturally in the aquarium.
no, never. I've never seen that.
Are not the largest mud skippers by Perth though, like the real big guys?
Near Perth.
Yeah, like the real
Not,
like big mud skippers, like
yeah, not that
like
I know of, but there could be. There definitely could be. I don't know of them though. Not so much here. They're all most of all the mud skippers that I know of are all in northern. So it's probably northern Western Australia. So just north of Perth.
right.
There's mud skippers there, and they can be quite large. Yeah, the Australian
Well, I heard
mud
that
skipper.
from Graham Greene, who lives in Perth, the guitar player.
Okay, right. Yep.
Okay, like I had Jack Dalton, the singer of the Jack Dalton band, and Graham was playing guitar for him at that time. And Jack is a former marine biologist. I had more of a tropical fish experience with the guitar player than I did with the marine biologist. Because there he is explaining it to me because he's watching it.
Yep.
When you give up marine biology to be a rock singer, you don't have time to watch nature, I guess, right?
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And he was from North Carolina, so most of the fish that he would know are basically from the marine
There's
waters.
actually a strange phenomenon here in Perth that there's the Lewin Current comes from northern Australia down the coast, and it it brings warm water, bypasses Perth. Sort of, if you go 100 miles offshore, you sort of that's where the current is, and it goes down, and about a couple of hours south of Perth, it comes in and meets the land there, and um, suddenly they've got mangroves are growing there, and um, there's possibly mud skippers and all that are in there
Yeah.
in the mangroves there. And the nearest mangroves are probably 500 miles north of Perth, and this is 200 miles south of Perth. And there's, for some reason, just this outcrop of mangroves have grown there because of this Lewin current, that the seeds have been washed down and have grown,
So
amazing.
what's your aquarium club that you go to? Which one?
Perth Cichlid Society.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been a member of them
That's
for
why
about 20
Heiko gave
years.
his talk on discus. That's why.
Yeah, that's right. And it was
That makes sense.
he asked beforehand that you asked the club to ask the members and what do we want to hear, and that's what the general
Oh,
talk was, because people heard that he was into discus and that sort of thing. So
uh,
yeah,
I know what Heiko's into, okay, and I know that he's gone all over the world. There's a couple of topics that I would love to hear Heiko talk about. One is his experience in Africa, and the other is his experience in India.
yeah,
Like I've even told him that when I was talking to him on Facebook, I said, if I was to choose a topic, it would probably be your experiences in Africa.
yeah, yeah. He spoke a lot about collecting all over the place, of course, like collecting
Yeah,
rainbows and all sorts of things. But
yeah. Well, he's
yeah,
gone to every continent. He's like an ichthyologist, a very knowledgeable ichthyologist too.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah. True.
it's
That's
like it's like my dwarf snakehead talk is not only with the fish fam on YouTube. I've talked with Heiko about this several times, and he
right.
goes, "Those fish would last a day in your waterways."
Yeah, yeah. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, the way they're colored, they wouldn't last a day.
Yeah,
Think about it. You got big
yeah,
predators in our waterways too. Oh, that's a colorful little lure. I think I'll go check it out.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Exactly.
you know.
I'll take them out. There's,
Yeah,
we've got very scarce on fresh water around here. There's not a lot of freshwater streams, rivers, so forth, creeks. So it's not many freshwater fish in southwest Western Australia. It's a bit of a worry, as you were talking about earlier with the galaxias,
yeah.
that they're becoming extinct just because all the creeks and rivers are just drying up. It's not so much human
Well,
intervention where
that's sort of like the programs that you got going down there. Like I know that you've done a lot with birds too down in Australia too. Like your programs, like I understand your programs quite well. You know, that's how
right,
come, like we have our little program in Costa Rica, and you guys have got your own in your own area. And that's a
yeah,
worry for you, right?
yeah,
Like you're dealing with more invasive species than like you're equal to Florida, or if not worse, because of how many climates are in Australia. Like
yeah.
I know the most southern tip of Australia would get pretty cold in wintertime,
Yeah, yeah, that's
right?
right.
Like I'm
Tasmania,
sure that there's
yes,
snow there.
they get snow there and that. Yeah, exactly. Down at
Yeah,
certain heights.
you know, like like our bears could live in that area of Australia very easily.
Yeah. Well,
You don't
that's
want our
um,
bears to be introduced to your area.
no.
No, no. But I would much rather have our bears than your snakes.
Right. Yeah. At least you can see them.
Yep.
Well, I've been amazed by bears. I was out camping with my family one time when I was a kid, and I had tonsillitis, so I didn't. I stayed in the camper van, and the rest of the family went off to the ranger talk, and they're miles away, and I'm in the bed, not well, in the van, and I look out the window, and here's this bear walking through the campsite, and he walks over, and he comes over to the van, stands up, and I'm on the top bunk of a mobile home. I don't know if you know how tall that is. It's like they
I
must be.
know what
It
call
must
it.
be eight. It must be 8 foot, 8 foot
Yeah,
above the ground that where this window is, and this bear is having to crouch to sort of look in the window at me. And I'm going, oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yes, I'm just having an absolute freak out attack, panic attack, thinking I'm going to die. And he's sort of trying to get through. He didn't damage the van in any way. He's just looking at me
yeah,
through the window, and
yeah,
it was just freaky. And my parents came home, and I said, "There's a bear! There's a bear! There's a bear!" And they go, "Oh my god, he's so he's so sick with the tonsillitis that he's delirious. He's imagining things." And they didn't believe me. Then so they took me to the doctor. I got a shot, penicillin. I was good as gold, good enough. The next night, I could go to the ranger talk. We were walking down the track to the ranger talk in the night. We've got our torches on the track, and
yeah,
this lady in front of us goes, "I don't remember there being a bin there." One of those, they had the big anti-bear proof bins or something they called them,
yeah,
and it wasn't a bin. It was this bear that was
yeah,
walking about 2 meters away from us through thick scrub, thick bush, and we couldn't hear it at all. It was dead silent as it's
yeah,
walking through this bush, breaking sticks. We couldn't hear one noise from this bear walking through the bush. It was just incredible.
yeah.
So yeah, he was just checking us out. As I said, it was like 2 or 3 meters away from us. It wasn't far away at all. But
Well,
they weren't.
number to
That's
protect.
black bears, not grizzlies.
Oh, have you ever heard of cinnamon bear?
Cinnamon. I've only heard the cinnamon from you, from you
Okay,
saying
what a
about.
cinnamon bear is, okay, a cinnamon bear is a cross between a brown bear and a
Mm,
grizzly.
right.
But it's
Yeah,
got the
that's
nastiness of the grizzly and the cunningness of the brown bear.
okay. Right.
Okay, so it's actually a more dangerous bear than a grizzly.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, and
Yeah,
that's,
that's it.
like they do hybridize.
Right.
Okay, like naturally in the wild.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing thing. Amazing creatures.
But whether or
So
not mankind has caused that, we don't know.
yeah.
Like, we've encroached nature an awful lot. Okay, so
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I live in an area where there's a bear lake, a bear mountain. You get the picture. There's
Yeah.
bears. Yeah,
Yeah. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But bears are
Yeah.
nothing
Exactly.
compared to wolverines. Wolverines
Okay. Right. Yeah.
are a killing
Nasty
machine.
little piece.
They are a
Yeah.
killing machine, and they will hunt you.
Okay. Right.
I know people that
Okay.
have been
Um,
hunted by them, where they've had to run into their automobile and hope that they don't get in. Yeah, like
wow.
they're nasty. Like a bear, you're kind of
Incredible.
safe in a car.
Hmm. Yeah.
A wolverine, I don't know. And
Wow.
cougars are nasty up here too. Both types.
Oh yeah. That's a different. Yeah. They're a different kettle of fish altogether, aren't they?
Yeah. Those
Cougars.
are our predators, but we don't deal with many snakes. Nothing too poisonous
Right.
in this area.
Yeah.
The only poisonous snake that we have in the West is the prairie rattler, which is mostly in Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba. It doesn't
Yep.
really come into BC. It's too moist for it. You know what I
Right.
mean? It's more of a
Yeah.
dry climate type of, like around Drumheller where there's all the fossil beds. That's where you got to worry about prairie rattlers.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah.
Are you familiar with our fossil sites up here?
No, not really.
Oh, in Alberta,
I,
it is like a hadrosaur nation. Okay, like a lot of hadrosaurs were up here. We didn't have the big T Rex. We had the Allosaurus in this area
okay.
in
Yep.
Canada. We didn't have the big monster Tyrannosaurus. We had the other one. Okay, but there's
Yep.
lots of Triceratops in this area of Alberta.
Okay.
Okay, but in BC, the mountains are like the old ancient seas. So you find a lot of the fossils of trilobites and the ancient sea life in BC.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, we've got a thing near us here of the thrombolites that are quite an amazing fossil rock life, ancient life form.
You
And
had
yeah,
some very interesting dinosaurs down in Australia.
yeah, they've
You
a
have
couple of
the
good.
ones that they believed that could winterize
Right.
because they do believe that the pole was actually located at Australia at that time.
Yeah, there. Yep. Okay.
Like
Yeah. The,
they're thinking that, especially like the smaller sauropods, not sauropods, but pteropods,
yep.
meaning like the T Rexes, like the Velociraptors, and all of those were
Yep.
actually
Yep.
feathered. Like they were actually feathered to keep them warm,
Right. Okay.
like a bird, right?
Yeah.
And they've actually found like quill feathers, like quill stems, in fossils of those
Yep.
type of dinosaurs, right?
Yeah.
Are you interested in paleontology at all?
Uh, I haven't really studied it or anything like that at all, but yeah, I've had a few come through the laboratories in my time uh,
Well,
and
if you
housed
want to
do.
check
Yeah, I
out
went to
one
uni.
of my friend's channels, I'll tell you about him and his.
Yeah. Right.
There are two university students that I know from England that are studying to be paleontologists, and and the guy's name is Ben G. Thomas, I do believe,
Ben
and
G. Thomas. Yeah.
and I met him when he was just like a high school student, and now he's in like third year university.
Okay. Right.
Okay, like I've talked to him, like he made a point of talking to me because he knew where I lived and knew where I went trying to find trilobites with my dad when I was a kid. So,
Yeah. Amazing.
but anywhere you
Yeah.
see like soft sandstone, it's generally ocean bed.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's what we've got.
Yep.
where Perth is and everything. It's just the whole lot is just was ocean. You know,
Yeah. So
just
you
digging out.
probably find a lot of like sea life from ancient
Yeah,
times in that area. Yeah.
yeah. Just dig in your garden and you find shells and all that sort of and limestone and all that is all sort of happening.
But I'll tell you one thing. I know for a fact I can climb the mountain in Australia, like the highest mountain in Australia. Quite
Yeah,
easily,
right.
actually, if I had a like healthy body, right?
Yeah,
Like that mountain is like a foothill compared to
yeah,
Canada's,
yeah. That's right.
and Canada is like the second tallest. So you can imagine what like Mount Everest is like.
Yeah.
You've heard of the Seven Summit Challenge? Have you ever heard of that?
Uh, I have. Yeah, that knocking
I
off
know
all
a
the.
guy who did it
Wow.
here on YouTube, and I'm going like, "Are you nuts?"
Yeah. Wow.
you
It's
know,
crazy. I see them and they're rescuing and getting them out of the. They get into trouble at the top of the mountains, and they're all completely their beards are frozen solid, and all that. You just go, oh God, why? Why do you want to do that? I do not understand it. But yeah,
like
there must. There's something seeing it.
as a kid, like my friend, like Calgary is so close to Banff. You're always either going out there to, like climb a mountain or go to Lake Louise or whatever, right?
Yep.
Well, part of my friend runs a mountain climbing like excursion company, okay? Like
Mhm.
a big club, okay? So we're used to like climbing mountains of
Yep.
certain heights. And we know the trail to get us up to the top of those mountains. And people go, "You climbed that?" And I'm going, "Yeah, it's easy."
Yep.
Yeah. Because they look at the rock face and don't realize that there's a back way up the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like it's knowing where you climb, right? Like the the usual mountain that I climbed is about 1,000 feet taller than your mountain. And I
Wow.
heard that your mountain is like a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Have you ever climbed it?
No, no, I haven't really been that close to it.
Oh,
Absolutely, I've been in the to the Australian Alps as a kid. Um, I was more Mount Buller, and that's Mount Kosciuszko is the tallest. But yeah, I haven't been there.
so are
And
you
I'm
into
miles away
ghosts at
from
all?
ghosts.
Yes.
No, 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 haven't. I may have seen a couple, but
I personally know a ghost when he
right.
was alive and when he was dead.
Okay.
I personally have seen them both. There's a guy
Yep.
by the name of Sam who worked at the Banff Springs Hotel. My parents and I used to go and see Sam when I was a little kid.
Yep.
The last time I saw Sam alive, I was 18 years of age. I saw him in 1988 and said hello to him in the hallway without
Right.
knowing that he died.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's amazing. Yeah. That's freaky. Oh,
yeah.
I've had, I've had enough experiences to know that there's something going on in that realm. that I don't know about. That's for sure. So
There's three ghosts in the Banff Springs, but they're hotel, but they're not dangerous. They're not like a
yep,
poltergeist kind of like hell kind of ghost. These ghosts are
yep,
like kind of friendly. Like Sam is very well known. He'll come up to guests and let them into their room, and they turn around and he's gone.
right.
Okay, like Sam's like the old clerk that worked there, that loved his
Yep,
job, loved dealing with us kids. Like, oh, good, we get to go see Sam, and Sam's giving us candy to be quiet
yep, yep.
in this posh hotel, right? And then, like, do you know how kids can see things that adults can't?
Yeah, well, that's true.
I
Exactly.
saw the woman that died on her wedding night when I was a kid.
Hmm.
I've seen two out of the three ghosts that are in that hotel. She died on her
Uh,
wedding night. Her dress caught on fire and she fell down a flight of stairs way before I was born.
wow. Yeah, yeah. I've had one definite experience that I can't explain, but that's for sure. Maybe more.
The
Yeah,
only
never.
real mean ghost I've ever run into is one on the island. Like, he just gets his kicks out of waking you up and scaring the hell out of you. Okay? Like,
Yeah,
he won't push it farther than that, but it's pretty scary.
yeah,
And it's in the Courtney area of BC, and it's well known for haunted areas too, right?
yeah,
But think of some of the other areas of the world that are like very haunted.
yeah.
Like,
I'm
could you
sure.
imagine like places like Italy
Yeah, yeah.
or like
Some
the
many European places.
um, where the Civil War was? Apparently, there's lots of ghosts in the
Yeah,
states involving those states.
yeah. True. Yeah. It's and a lot of it's all been preserved as is. Like the whole battlefield is
Yep.
it's a memorial, and it's just yeah. So it's barely untouched. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and an awful lot of those graveyards go unattended.
Yeah,
Like I have a friend that does that kind of history channel. Very interesting kind of history, you know.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yep.
Like
I was lucky.
studies Civil War time. And it's like,
I was
yeah,
lucky to go and visit a lot of the Civil War places when I was a kid over there. Just a lot of the battlefields and so on. Yeah, just amazing. The US has done such a good job of um, res- restoring or just keeping those historical sites from the Civil War still
yeah,
going to this day. Just
yeah.
amazing.
Certain areas are actually pretty good, but there are certain like graveyards that have been abandoned.
Yeah.
That's not it. It's actually,
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, that's right. Just in the woods and stuff like that. Just
yep,
a random graveyard that no people haven't even found yet.
yep.
It's
Well,
amazing.
that's what my friend does. He goes and hunts out all of these various different graveyards, and like donations
Unreal. Yeah.
given to him is to actually help. clean up those graveyards.
Yep.
You know, like
Awesome.
a lot of them were like not paid for, so he's got like costs of running a lawnmower or whatever to try and clean up the area. His subscribers donate to him to do that. You know,
Right.
and then I'll give him ideas as to where to go. Like he wants to come out up here to Canada to see some of our like areas because
Yep.
Canada is not that innocent either.
Right.
You know, like a lot of Chinese people died in building our railway as well as the United
Ways
States.
mining,
You know, like
early mining, and that
yeah,
early mining history in Canada must be huge.
yeah, a lot of claim jumpers. You know,
Right.
especially in the gold area. Like the gold area wasn't really around here too much. It's more up in northern BC, and
Okay.
there's history of it. You know,
Yep. We've got we've got some of the old ghost towns, old ghost gold mining towns, and that, which are just the towns are just dead now. There's nothing going. The mines have shut down, and around them, mining is going strong still in the state, but yeah, just these specific towns they've shut down, and the houses are still, some of the houses are still there, and they're like old Amityville horror homes, you know.
I can't remember. I've been doing this sort of like thing where I'm making tribute to women in the music industry,
Yep.
and I've got two out of the three parts of Marilyn Monroe done. Okay, like they're
Yep.
already up on my channel and all of that.
Yep.
Sam actually told me where Marilyn was staying when he was still alive, and he actually said, "This is where they went out and shot the movie. Why don't you get your parents to take you there?"
Yep.
Robert Mitchum was in that movie.
Okay. Right.
That was the most wonderful, wonderful place to see in the 70s.
Yep.
Now it's full of development.
Right.
Like the beautiful waterways is gone. But yeah, Marilyn Monroe and the Queen of England has stayed in the Banff Springs Hotel and the whole bit, right?
Yeah. Right.
My honeymoon was in that place.
Okay. Yeah. Amazing. Amazing hotel.
Hmm. Never felt threatened, but I knew that there was ghosts in that hotel.
Yeah.
You know, but they don't play with you like well, the one does. Okay, like um, okay, there's one real bad case. It's called Room 873 that does not exist. That one, a man killed his wife and his kids. Okay, like it was a murder suicide. It wasn't like a happy death. It wasn't like Sam's saying when he was alive, "I'm going to come back and haunt this place."
Yep.
He actually said that. He goes, "I'm going to be around here even when I'm dead."
Yeah.
And sure
Right.
he is, because that's where he was happiest, right?
Yep.
He's not going to cause any problems for guests. He loves being there.
Yeah.
And the bride is just a sad tale. And you know that the Canadian government actually issued coins and stamps about her story?
Okay.
They actually recognize her as being a ghost.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah,
That is cool. That's cool.
yeah. But yeah, those are the three, but they don't really cause a lot of problems. Like they'll cause problems. Like that one group will cause problems if you're like staying in the room that they haunt. Like you'll see them in the mirror from what I hear and all of that kind of stuff. But I've never run into them. The other two I did.
Yeah.
And it's no problem. It's like, it's sad to see a ghost in her wedding dress dancing in a room by herself.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, yeah.
G'day, 3G. How you going? Congratulations on your big win. Awesome.
What
Winning
does G win?
the Terry Points competition.
Oh, okay.
3G was the big winner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did
I
well.
don't know. I was working on stuff, right? So
Right. Yeah, there was on this
like I
Saturday
don't
night.
know if you know, but I'm teaching music history.
Yeah, you said you were doing that.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Have
What?
you ever heard? Have you know the movies Snow White, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the name Andriana Casalati?
No.
She was Snow White. She
Okay.
received no credit in it. Like you can look all of this up on IMDb. She was also in The Wizard of Oz. She is the girl that screams out, "Wherefore art thou, Romeo?" when the Tin Man sings, "I only have a heart."
Yeah.
And she got no credit for
Yeah.
either show. Sad.
Well. Yeah.
And her mom was a famous opera singer in Rome.
Okay.
Get a load of that.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing how so the stories of people that just didn't get credits in some of the old movies.
Yeah.
Incredible.
You know who was originally slated to be the Tin Man and turned it down because he knew that the bullshit was going to happen?
No.
Buddy Ebsen
Okay.
from the Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah, right.
He actually sang the first version of Snow White.
Hmm.
It's out there on YouTube.
Yep. Yeah, it's amazing.
So,
Just
any good music happening down in Australia nowadays?
it's everywhere's just getting to like on the eastern side, the eastern states. It's just getting to the stage where they're getting to the vaccination rate that they wanting. So they're all starting to open up out of lockdown, but they've been in lockdown for the last 296 days or something. Um, yeah, so it's starting to open up, and concerts and that are all going to start up again, and people can go to bars and concert venues and watch bands and all that. So but there hasn't been anything happening at all with the since it all started a couple of years ago. It's just been I don't know how they're surviving, all the musicians, but they must be surviving somehow. Hopefully,
Well, that's where royalties come in off of all the music that is being played while people
yeah,
are suffering, right? Like
yeah,
this is why I don't mind, like the old you know, you played like this, or you put this up, and oh well, this does not really affect your channel, kind of stuff.
Yep.
No, it's just like a copyright warning. I don't mind that. I
Yeah.
could care less. Take your money and run. You
Yeah.
know, because I'm doing a story. I'm doing the journalism side of it, right? Like I'm writing
Yeah.
the story, right?
Yep.
While the music is playing, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
it's like, you know, it's the other side where, it's like, oh, it's a block or it's like a big strike. A friend of mine went through that who's a music reviewer, and it was due to where the video was filmed and who filmed the video rather than the music. The music was fine, but he
Okay. Yeah.
got a big strike out of the deal. And so he appealed it, and actually the guy went, "Oh, I see what you're doing. I'll get the strike removed." Because the guy figured out that he was trying to teach the people from the guy's video.
Right.
He's a guitar teacher. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of the guys that I learn off of, right? And I'm going like,
Yeah.
no, that's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
not like a deliberate kind of thing, right?
I've released a few cover versions of songs. The only one that's hammered me out of all the songs I've put up was Sam Cooke.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that, right?
Sam Cooke was the only one that got me. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm sure I sound nothing like Sam Cooke or anything, so I don't know how they got it,
Oh,
how they
what
picked it
got
up.
what got me was I got nailed on somebody else's music because it had the same melody.
Yeah,
Huh?
right. Amazing.
Really? How do you know that
Absolutely.
my melody is not off of another part of
Yeah.
my composition?
Yep.
Yeah. Really?
The old Men at Work copyright from I come from a land down under. So what was that? What was that song? Out the Kookaburra or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kookaburra laugh and the flute, the flute section in that song, and they basically lost all their money from that song, which was
Mhm.
millions. Just
Well, it happened to Led Zeppelin on a few songs too.
yeah, right.
A whole lot of love was practically an exact steal from Willie Dixon.
Yeah,
Like they deserve what they got off of that one, but they
yeah,
also got nailed on the Stairway to Heaven one too, and I think that
really.
it's still in court.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Amazing.
somebody wrote something very similar, and they've taken Zeppelin to court over it. So
Wow.
yeah.
That'll be a big one.
Hmm.
The payout
Yeah,
for that, yeah.
I've heard it, right, because I have a friend's band in Italy that's actually managed by Jimmy Page's manager. So I get to hear all the gossip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Have you ever heard of Belladonna
Belladonna.
from Italy? It's
I
not the
think I have.
you have to
I have
type in
heard
Rome.
Belladonna, but I can't think what I've heard it where I've heard it from.
It features a female vocalist.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And they're very good friends of mine. They're actually in my video to deal with Halloween for music.
Okay.
I said,
Yeah.
Danny, can I use your music? And he said, of course you can. I, and he goes, what are you planning? And I said, I don't even want to use the band images at all. I just want permission to use the music. Sure enough, go ahead. No strike, no copyright thing. He handled it well. He goes, you deserve it because you work for us. We're not going to hit you with a copyright thing. Like I booked the band on radio shows. I got them known when they first started. Now they're playing like it's been like 12 years, right? So do you get very many internet kind of discussions at your club? Do they do anything on
Um.
the internet?
Yeah. Yeah. It's quite active. The internet.
Because there are
First.
speakers that will do internet conference kind of things for cichlid clubs.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. They've
I know
Perth.
that I know a few that do.
Yeah. Perth Cichlid Society has quite an active um, fish club, and
Have they
they've
ever tried to get Paul Loisel?
yeah they've he was here probably about 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. So he's been there. What talk did he give?
Um, I can't even remember. Sorry, I didn't get. I don't think I got to that one. That's probably
Well,
why I don't remember. But
the last fish show that I entered, okay, I was part of the Calgary Aquarium Society. This is like a long time ago, okay, but Paul was talking about Madagascar cichlids, but I won first place in the angelfish class that year. He handed me
right,
the
cool.
ribbon, and I'm just going like, wow. I knew my fish was that good, but I didn't think it would take first place. But it did.
Yeah, awesome. Yes,
Well, I'm glad
they've
that Dr. Paul gave a talk down there. It's usually about Madagascar, is what he talks about. But he's also an
yeah.
expert in pupfish.
'Cause, uh, I said I can't remember at all. I wasn't there for that one, but I would have heard out about what did talk about, but I can't remember what it was.
But he covers a wide range. He's sort of like um, what's his name? The guy who we just talked about. That was
Yeah, Heiko.
yeah, like Heiko. He's almost exact, like knowledge wise,
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
his
exactly.
knowledge is far above a lot of cichlid people. A lot.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. It's a pretty good club. The club's biggest draw card to being online, or to get people to join the club, is so they get access to the classified section online.
Right.
The people selling their fish, club members selling their fish, and so on, and other people wanting to buy the fish or sell tanks or whatever. So yeah, that gets
Well,
a lot of people join up, pay the $25 $50, whatever, yearly membership fee and get access to the internet site.
Yeah,
And yeah, it's quite a
it
good
depends
discussion.
on what you do, though, in a club, or if you're very, very close to the club, or anything else like that. Like,
Yeah,
I'm a member of the Boston Aquarium Club, and I'm a member of the Guppy Club in the Philippines.
yeah,
Do I live
right.
here? No, but I'm still a member. I
Yep,
still work with the same people to try to help other people, right? You know,
yeah,
it's
exactly. Yeah,
it's sort of like the scene behind the scene of the aquarium world.
mm, yeah,
You
yeah,
know that
exactly.
Mark. Have you met my friend Marco yet?
Yeah, I know Marco.
Marco is a director of the Italian Cichlid Club. Okay, Marco and I are very close friends.
Or maybe I'm thinking a different Marco. Sorry,
Uh,
but
his name is Marco Isidori, and he's a scuba diver.
okay. Yeah,
Okay, he has gone scuba
definitely. No.
diving in Madagascar in the ocean, and he's also gone scuba diving in Lake Malawi and Lake Tanganyika.
Awesome.
He's like a trained instructor.
Yeah,
Okay, some of us can't do that.
yeah,
I can't. I like they don't allow people that have seizures scuba licenses. They don't want us in the
yeah,
water, period. Right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I have lots of scuba diving friends. So we were talking about ghost towns. You know that there's a ghost town in Canada that's underwater.
Underwater.
Underwater. Hmm. All
Interesting.
because of a dam. Hmm. They built a dam in 1912, and then they decided to build another dam in 1940 odd years, right?
Yep.
Because that area of the national park was growing. So it flooded out the, shall we say, Lake Minnewanka Landing was the name of the town. It's in Lake Minnewanka. And the 1912 dam is underwater, just like the Titanic.
Right.
And it's much more easier to go scuba diving for the dam than it is to go or try to go down to see the Titanic. You need a submarine to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I think they'll. I don't know what they're doing with this Titanic. They're going to try and float it or what? I don't know.
Oh, it's going to fall apart. It's gradually falling apart. And,
Yeah.
like the bacteria is eating away at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Uh,
Now my brother's a marine biologist, so he's all into that. All the he's lucky enough to got his marine biologist up on the reef, on the Barrier Reef,
so
James
he
Cook University, Queensland
goes
University.
into the water and goes scuba diving too. My cousin
Yeah.
goes and jumps in with orcas in the wild.
Right.
In the wild.
Yeah.
Okay? But our orcas are not man threatening. They're like our buddies.
He's a nudie blank specialist.
Oh, that's an interesting
of
area.
all things.
That is actually a
Yes.
very, very interesting area of study.
Yeah, it is. It is. They are fascinating creatures.
I know a guy. His son is a rock star. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of From Ashes to New, but his son is
No.
singer of that band, and they're from Philadelphia.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
his dad is a marine biologist, and his degree is in malcology, and his specialty was gastropods. You know what
Right.
they are, right? Snails.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's what he studied. He could, but due to that area, you have to know a little bit about everything thing else, right?
Yeah.
It's very interesting, the Nautilus. I love the
We've
Nautilus.
got a saltwater snail here that's very much like a nerite snail, and but it's on the saltwater rocks. I've grabbed a couple of them, tried to convert them to fresh water, but I can't.
No,
Uh,
marine snail.
I haven't been successful. So they're dedicated marine snail. So I don't think they're nerites, but they look a lot like a nerite. But
They could be.
might be
The
some
Nerite
sort of relation.
snail family is huge,
Yeah,
like very huge. Like there's some that are just specific marine.
right. Okay. Yeah,
Okay, there's some that's brackish, and there's some that can go into fresh as long as
yeah,
it's hard. Okay, like they don't do well in soft water.
yeah,
Like you would need to get snails out of like South America if you're doing a saltwater tank of snails of soft
yeah.
water,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
I never really studied snails, but I had a great interest in one of the octopuses that are from your area of the world.
Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about.
It'd be the blue
Probably
ringed
one of the most
octopus.
dangerous animals down there after the
Yeah.
box jellyfish.
Exactly. Seen seen some terrifying things with those. The kids finding them and bringing them over to show the parents. Look what
Yeah,
I found. Look what I found in their
yeah.
hand.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
okay. Not a good idea. No,
Not good at all, is it? But
no,
yeah,
no.
it
I'll
all
say
ended well.
having the
Yeah,
danger on the land rather than the sea, okay? You know, like the work, like I'll drown if I fall into the ocean, but it's like at least I know I'm not going to be eaten by a great white shark. Not in, not in West Coast Canada. That's why we love our whales,
yeah,
right? We know that they keep them out.
yeah. Right. Yep.
Yeah, they don't like them around. They don't like many sharks around.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen that. Recently saw that video of the swimmer over in New Zealand. I think it was, and they're just swimming along, and somebody's got a drone up above them taking a video of them, and there's not whale sharks, um, killer whales just swimming right behind this person as they're swimming and just dwarfing the person.
Uh, yeah, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in those. I wouldn't want to be in those kind of waters. Like, there's only two specific fish-eating species, populations, not species, but populations of
Yep.
orcas that are primarily fish eating.
Yep.
The one only has got 3 males left in it. So it's basically wiped out. The population of
Wow.
orcas off of England are basically what? Like it's basically a write off. And our
Yep.
southern group is also endangered, but for a different reason.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay? Ours is due to stupid boat traffic, mostly.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay? Mostly that. But pollutants do fall into it as well.
Hmm. Yep. Yeah. They're amazing creatures. We've
Uh,
just got.
First time I saw one, I went, I want it. Can I take it home? And then it was explained to me we wouldn't have a pool big enough to keep it, right? But the thing is I'm glad that I didn't take it home. It belongs in our ocean.
Yeah.
Orcas are not like a pet dog. Why they got into that kind of thing, I'll never know. Oh, they do
Right.
it in nature. Well, why do they do it in nature? Because they're happy.
Yeah.
When you see a killer whale jump out of the water with its dorsal high in the air, you know he's happy.
Right.
That's how porpoises are.
Hmm.
That's how
Yep.
dolphins are. A killer
We've got a
whale is
very.
a big dolphin,
Yeah.
you
We've
know?
got a very strong dolphin population around Mandurah where I live.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
how they act, you
Fisheries, and
know?
I've had a
When
couple
they're
of
happy,
amazing
they
experiences.
jump out of the water. It's part of their fun.
Yep. I was having a bit of a bad time at one stage, and I got up early one morning and went down with my guitar and sitting down on the beach playing the guitar with the wind blowing over my shoulder, and the I look out the ocean. There's a dolphin, a couple of dolphins. So it was a mother and a little calf, a little baby dolphin there with it, and they were sort of just stayed in the area where the wind was blowing over my shoulder. So it must have been blowing the noise of the guitar that straight at them, and they were just swimming around and just stayed there for a couple of hours while I played guitar, and it was just incredible. And I went home, went back later that day to a different part of the beach, same beach, but a couple of kilometers further down the beach, and I'd been out for a swim. I came back and just had my feet in the water and was lying on the sand. I heard this strange noise, sort of woke me up, and there was this dolphin with its little baby right there, like beached itself on the sand next to me, basically in the shallow water, just sort of asking me to come and meet its baby, sort of thing. It was just the freakiest thing that I've ever seen, and
Oh, that's
everyone was
weird.
running down the beach, just going, "Wow, man, that's freaky! That's the freakiest thing I've ever seen."
That's
And it
musical
was just,
spirit. Dolphins and whales love music.
yeah, right,
They
yeah,
understand
must,
music. They have their voice. Like there's nothing more beautiful than hearing whale voices when they are singing, when you are playing.
yeah, yeah, true, yeah. So yeah, still blown away by that. Years ago, it was years ago now, but still, it's just amazing experience.
Yeah.
That was before mobile phones too, so I didn't have any photos or videos of it or anything. Of course.
Well, the thing is, what inspires me to play. I go and watch something from the sea or something in
Yeah,
nature. I'm not watching. I'm not watching. Mankind building construction sites in the Philippines. I'm
yeah,
watching the fish underneath in the oceans of
yeah,
the Philippines, right?
yeah, yeah,
Like Marco, like I use his air from some of his videos to give that scuba diver air while I'm playing.
yeah,
Here's my music. Take it with you underneath the sea and see if the fish like it.
yeah,
He's actually said, I'll take your music underneath the sea.
yeah.
There's
Awesome.
ways of doing it.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm glad you liked my songs.
They were cool, mate. They were awesome. It was most unexpected. Thanks for
Really,
coming up and playing them. It was awesome.
I've been working really hard on my playing, actually. You know,
Yeah,
so, you know,
yeah.
like at least my
It's
fingers
going.
did work, right?
Yeah,
You know,
yes. I'm in the same boat. It's the
it's almost the same for me with you. Do you know Chubbs?
yeah,
I love it when he does a boat video.
yeah, exactly.
It's like, can you take me on the boat with you? I'll play guitar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
Yeah. Yeah. He
collecting
goes, sure.
videos. Go collecting on the boat. He
Yeah.
should have taken. He should have had a lot more videos of of him collecting fish and stuff.
Yeah.
He would have cleaned up, as everybody would have loved that.
And him out on his boat.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That is what I wanted. Like Thirsty. Thirsty did this one on oysters. I was going,
Yeah,
that is amazing. I
yeah,
like when you've been around big cichlids all your life. Okay, you've got big cichlids, right? But
yeah,
not
yeah.
everybody goes oyster hunting, right?
No, that's right. Exactly.
So I'm
That
going,
was fascinating.
like I
Thirsty doing
was
the
like, wow,
oysters.
this is very cool.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Thirsty
I don't
was
know.
the first of you Australians that I got to know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he was thirsty. He was thirsty, and Doctor Black were pretty much the first guys I saw
Well, I
at the same
met Dr.
time. And
Black through Thirsty,
right,
right? You know, like Thirsty and I have been pals for a long time.
awesome. Yep. It's
I was really worried about him when he was going through that fire period, man.
yeah, it was very bad, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Especially down that way, it was horrendous.
yeah. I was like,
The
really,
whole east of Australia was on fire at that time. It
yeah,
was just incredible.
yeah. I remember it. I was really worried about my buddy because I know what it's like being in a fire, right?
Yeah, yeah, not good. All right, could I just get you to hang on for a sec? I just got to get a drink.
Yeah. Yep.
back. I'm back.
Oops.
So we have 3 people here now. Who we got? Natural Aquariums. Good morning. How are you? Hope you're having a good morning over there. Oh man, that's better.
So, do you ever practice scales?
No, I'm trying to. Now. I'm just starting on it. Many years I should have been doing it, but I haven't.
Well, that's the one that if you really want to be like a lead player, that's what you really have to know is scales.
Yeah, that's right.
And um, it's my scale knowledge and chord knowledge that I rely on both in a way, but I'm just
Yeah.
not quick at doing scales. I'm not like a quadruple picker that is like those kind of guitar players, right? Like I'm more
Yeah.
bluesy, so but I don't know my blues scales well enough yet.
Yep.
But
Yeah. I'm pretty well just open chords and stuff like that is what I keep going back to, but I've got all
try
the
barring.
scales and
Have you tried barring bar chords?
I do bar chords, but yeah, a few of those as well. But again, just pretty much your basic open
Yeah.
major chords.
Well, there's some cool open chords that you can do up the scale length, where you're just like
Yep.
playing 2 notes and all the
Right.
rest
Yep.
is open. Like it's like the open weird chords that I use. So it's just a part of my style.
Yep.
Because I got off on those kind of chords whenever my friends that can really play them, that kind of thing.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah, well,
As the Blackie was saying the other day about guitar and like the kids today, with have got the internet to learn how to play guitar, and we didn't have that. So
but
if you didn't have
the thing is less and less kids are playing because they're in front of games.
games
Less and
instead,
less,
yeah, right,
less and less kids are actually keeping fish because of games. Music
yeah,
had nothing to do with music and fish and wheels all go together.
hmm
Games, like electronic computer games, how does that sort of fit into fish?
yeah, that's right,
And that's what we're both up against. Both industries are up against it. Like
yeah,
the sales in guitars have plummeted
right,
compared to what it used to be.
yep,
Like, sure, you see the hot kids, but they're not as many anymore. not
Yeah.
compared to the 80s. Every time you turned around, there was a great guitar player coming out of Los Angeles in the 80s.
Yeah.
You know, Randy Rhoads, Van Halen, and uh, George Lynch are all out of LA. And then you got the guys in the other bands, like Rat, Warren DeMartini. You know, like there were so many hot guitar players back then. You don't see
Yeah.
that many anymore. And part of it is due to the fact that there aren't that many bars to play anymore.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's it. As I said, I'm not right. I'm not into the metal scene at all. So that's where all the guitarists will be these days, sort of thing. It doesn't seem to
I
be
disagree with that. I disagree with that.
anybody apart from metal.
I
Okay,
know,
right.
I know that you are into blues. Have you ever heard of a kid
Yeah,
by the name of Toby Lee?
Toby Lee and and Joe Bonamassa and that.
Well, Toby Lee is just a kid. He's
Yeah,
like
right.
12 years old or 14 years of age. Like the guy has played with legends. He's played with the guy from Uriah Heep. He's played with blues legends. He's played with like major recording guys. You know, I think
Yeah.
he got his album out now.
Hmm.
You know, but he's only one out of how many used to be. You know,
Yeah.
like that kid grew up in a musical family where his grandfather and his uncle were heavily involved in getting him to play. And when he started
Yeah.
playing, they knew he was gifted.
Mm. Yeah. That's it. There's we've got Patty here as well.
Uh
How are
oh.
you, Patty? Good to see you.
You know who I really miss as a blues guitar player is Gary Moore.
Yeah, me too. It's I'm thinking about buying a copy of his red Gibson 335. So because I like him so much, I'm a
And then there's
big
the
Thin
mask
Lizzy
back. Are you a
Thin
Beck?
Lizzy fan.
Are you a Beck fan?
Sorry,
Are you a Beck fan?
Beck.
Jack Beck? As in,
No, not really. I bought a couple of albums back in the '80s of Jeff Beck, but I never really got into him. His guitar playing was great, but I never saw him as being as good as what everybody says he is for
well,
some reason. I just never appreciated the music that he was playing, I suppose, at the time.
that could have something to do with it. But
Where I was being,
he is a different kind of player.
yeah,
Because one thing that you will never see is a Jeff Beck pick. He
yeah,
plays with
right,
fingers. You will
yeah,
never see a Jeff Beck pick. What are you going to do?
yeah,
Take off his thumb? You know, it's like
yeah, that's right.
it's sort of like you will never see a Brian May pick either. You know that, right?
Yeah,
He plays with a coin.
right, okay. I
Huh?
actually saw that today on eBay. There were two coins, American quarters, that had been turned into like with angle grinders and so forth, been turned into pick-shaped objects.
Well, he actually plays it like the original coin that he uses. I forget which one it is. It's like a British coin. Okay, it's got a
Yep.
certain weight to it, and that's what he always used as a penny.
Yep.
And he
Right.
built his
Unreal.
own guitar, but he has to be really, really soft. Like, think about it,
Yeah.
metal on metal.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Exactly.
snapping strings left and right.
Yeah.
But I watch him play a lot, and we have I have the same tendency of the same finger as to how he uses his finger when he's using like a chord and then the note above the chord. I
Yep.
use that technique quite a lot, and I'm going, yeah, I learned that from you. you know.
Yeah. I don't use picks very often at all. I do
Oh,
the
you're
finger
a
picking, but
finger player too?
I only use the first two fingers and the thumb. I never learnt to use three,
Uh,
and
well, the
and
third one's
that
tough.
even gets worse that I dominate with only the one finger and thumb, and try and do that more often than not. Which,
And
so
then
I should
there's
have
the guys
I
that
should
can
have
use
taught
all
myself.
four
Well,
fingers on the right hand too. Those guys are like,
right. Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you're getting into like
Crazy.
real guys who can play when you see that.
Yeah. I try and usually keep my pinky is planted on the pick guard, and it just stays in one place, so I know where the strings are. It's so it, I couldn't use my pinky to play. But, but yes.
Yeah, well, you know, what scares you the most are the guys that play better than you and you're playing for them. That's what scares you the most.
Right.
I get real nervous around some people I know and
Oh
trying to
yeah.
make a mistake and oh, you know. But yeah, do you know who my guitar teacher is?
No.
Well, my guitar teacher is also a hockey player. He started playing guitar because he needed the concentration level to be a goaltender. He
Right.
became the five-time instrumental guitar player of Canada. He moved to the States and had a band in the States. And he's played with guys like Blaze Bailey from Iron Maiden. You know, like he's like
Yep.
a serious, serious guitar player. But he also won the Calder Cup at the age of 50 being a goaltender. Can you imagine?
Wow. Yep. Amazing.
Yeah. But like he's like a five-time guitar champion. I got to work with him as a tech. As a tech,
Yep.
I'm in the same league as a guitar player. Far from it. And so it's like
Mm.
he's he's the guy that I get nervous around the most.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. I wouldn't be playing guitar in front of
Yeah. And I have
anybody
to
like
do
that.
a recital for him.
I
Yeah.
couldn't. I just couldn't do it. It's, my cousin's a blues singer, and she has all the classic old blues Perth Perth blues musicians that play for her. Just all the cream of the crop, and it's just absolute amazing to see him in action. And they've done that, afterwards at a party afterwards or whatever. Wanted me to play guitar. No, 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 not a chance. I'm not playing in front of you guys. Not a chance.
But
They're awesome.
a lot of it has got to do with songwriting, or do you want to be a guitar player? Because songwriting, like Keith Richards, is not the world's greatest guitar player by any means, but he's written
No,
cool tunes, right?
oh, that's for sure. Yeah,
So it's
I'm,
like you can be the songwriter and not the greatest player.
yeah, yeah. That's right.
You want to know who's exactly who is like that? Who was a big
No,
icon in the music industry? Who actually had my cousin play guitar on his albums for him? John Denver.
oh, okay,
Denver was not a great guitar player by any means.
right.
But my cousin Bruce from the original cast is a good guitar player in that vein. Like he's a country folk guy, like pop guy.
Yep.
So he was actually John Denver's guitar player in the studio.
Yeah, right.
You know,
Did he write any of the songs?
not
John
for
Denver sang.
John, but he wrote a lot of the original cast songs, like One Tin Soldier from the movie Billy Jack. It's his song.
Yeah, right.
You
Billy
know,
Jack. Haven't heard of that. Haven't thought of
yeah,
that for a long time.
yeah. So and he's heard my stuff, but I don't get nervous around him.
Yeah.
Like I can
When
play
we
no problem. He
when we
goes,
went to America, my little sister was only 7, and if you're in the or dad, my dad was in the Air Force, and so if you have a child that's under 7, you fly first class. So we flew first class to America from Australia. Our family and John Denver but happened to be coming back from his Australian 1976 tour. So he was in the plane in first class with us. So it was his family, or sorry, his his band and our family were the only people in the first class thing. So officially, I sat next to John Denver in the whatever you call it, the seating register.
oh yeah.
That was my official seat next to John Denver. So for takeoff and landing, I had to be sitting next to John Denver.
Do you know who I met? I got to answer Natural Aquarium's question. No, I haven't. I'd like to know.
Sorry, I'm not on the chat. Sorry, I am
But
now.
but do you know who I met in 1982?
No.
This just happened, okay? 50th anniversary of the song Moby Dick was on October the 22nd. My cousin was used as the orca expert for the Partridge Family. In
Right.
1992, guess who was in the same CBC radio station as I was to do a television interview? None other than David Cassidy.
Wow.
And I'm sitting there waiting for the program director to come and get the music off that I'm dropping off of my band that's playing in that town in a couple of weeks. And in walks David Cassidy with
Unreal.
And I'm going like, oh, and then he sits right beside me. And then and then he says hello, and then I said hello, and I said, let me explain this to you. Some of my friends won't believe me that I'm sitting right next to Keith Partridge. Like
Yeah.
all the little girls my age were madly in love with Keith Partridge.
That's
But
it.
I will tell you one thing. He was in Calgary to do a very, very special show with a special person. It was like for a tribute. It was for like one of the writers of the Partridge Family wrote this especially for him and David to act. David was in Calgary for 3 months, and I got to spend 2 weeks with him.
Unreal.
Yeah. Oh, you're a tech, and I went, yeah. Well, I'm doing this thing out there, and I'm going, well, I know the head tech out there. And he goes, you want to hang out? I'm looking at him like, my girlfriends are not going to believe this. And he
Yeah.
just called. And, and I'm going, like, I'm working for a rather harder rock band. But if you listen to David's last album, you know who played lead guitar on David's last album?
No,
You know the guys from Mott the Hoople?
not really.
Well, one of the Mick Ronson, who is the actual guy that played on his album, played with David Bowie as well.
Yeah. Wow.
And David Cassidy hung out with Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
He could sing some Alice Cooper.
Right.
He just got branded into this pop icon.
Yeah.
And like him and the guy who was the crew at Stage West at that time, who's a buddy of mine, we hung out together for 2 weeks. Just, but it was hard to hang out with him because you can't really take him to a public place like a zoo, not in the middle of the summertime with all of the tourists. Like I really got to understand his life being a star. I would have
Yeah.
blocked. I would have fallen under the pressure like
Yeah.
that. Like,
Exactly.
you know, it's like I understand like the depression and all of that too. Like he was going like I could like he was an alcoholic, okay? I know that.
Right.
But
Anonymity is a
yeah,
amazing thing,
yeah,
and they've got none of it, have they? They just can't. They can't go down the shop without
yeah,
causing a riot.
yeah, yeah,
That's why I'm quite enjoy. I was quite enjoying having to wear masks.
yeah.
You could be anonymous.
That's my trip. Makeup is the big thing, man. You know,
Yeah.
like masks. A mask I kind of get, but yeah, that's only like it doesn't have the character unless you can get somebody to design a mask for you.
True. True. So natural. What's about? Who is this band? Floater. Are they? What sort of music are they playing?
Is he there?
Don't know. No answer. Yeah, so they are out of Portland. Or they just called American Rock Band. Need to play a song. Oh, we'll get done.
With so many musical styles nowadays out of the United States and around the world, it's like amazing. You know that there's still artists that are still doing stuff like the Chattanooga Choo Choo. There's
Right.
three girls in Chile that are amazing at it.
Yep. Is that like the Andrews sisters or whatever they're called?
Yeah,
The Andrews sisters?
yeah. So, what kind of music did your parents like?
My parents, pretty much, that's why I'm such a big John Denver fan, is one that I sat next to him when I was a kid in the aeroplane, and the other is
Oh,
that
yeah,
my,
you was younger
my
than.
parents had my parents had a handful of CDs or tapes that they used to play whenever we travelled or we were travelling around America on any weekend opportunity we could. We'd go away in the little van. So there was Simon and Garfunkel, Neil Diamond, Hot August Night. The Simon and Garfunkel was live in Central Park or whatever it was.
Oh, okay, that period. Okay.
And then John Denver, an evening with John Denver. So they're three live performances.
So,
Harry Belafonte.
parents are
Harry,
around 80, right?
this was sort of 76 to 80. Yeah,
So, they're
1976 to
around
80.
80 years of age. You see, my
Oh,
parents,
they're 90 now. My
okay,
mum's passed away
okay,
recently.
well, my both of my parents would be like 105 now.
Right.
Okay, so they grew up in the Andrews sisters time, like
Yep.
and a little bit before. Okay, like a little bit before, but they were exposed to my grandparents' music, and so was I.
Yeah.
So my history of music, I would know back to like about 1880s to some degree.
Yep. So yeah, parents are into like the, the stage shows and that sort of stuff as well. So, but in the car, they were the cassettes that we had. Harry Belafonte live at Carnegie Hall.
Yeah,
They're all concerts that Dad had in the car for traveling. So I don't know what that was all about. There was no studio work. They were all live performances, which are entertaining when you're traveling.
well, it's more true. Live
Yeah,
is more true than studio.
yeah, right. Yep. So yeah, that was all great music to be touring around America too. That's for sure.
Like studio is really icky and controlled. Okay, like that's how come I don't like later Metallica in compared to early Metallica. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah,
Bob Rock smoothed them out so much that it was like they're a pop band. You know, like he does well, okay, but like I was more into like the Michael Wagner type of production who did Dawkins as well. That like Metallica has got a sound.
yeah,
Like like an extreme kind of sound. And the sound of Metallica changed as soon as Bob Rock took over. And I didn't like
Okay.
it.
Right.
I became a Megadeth fan. Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
A
natural
big,
saying they're a hard rock band, Floater.
yeah.
Compare them to the Doors. Three-piece band, a bass player sings. One of his favourites. Have about 6 albums. Always a bit surprised they never made it big. Works out
So
well for
they're
me
not
though, as I
happening
can
now.
I
So
can
they're
still
sort
see him in smaller venues. Mm,
but my
that's
favorite
it.
band,
It's always good.
we didn't hit it big in records, but they really hit it big on TV. Do
Right.
you remember MTV at all?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I knew the band Rail very well. Okay. Like they would come up and play Calgary. They were from um, an area near Seattle. They were booked out of Seattle, but were from Bellingham,
Yep.
Washington. And they would come up to Canada all the time. And then all of a sudden, they're backing up Van Halen on their tour.
Well,
Yeah. And all of a sudden, they're MTV Band of the Year.
yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, and meanwhile, you're going, I've known those guys for years.
Yeah.
And I knew a girl that worked, like, she's one of my best friends, okay? She worked at, like, the concert promoter. So I would always get free tickets.
Beautiful.
Oh,
That's what we
are
need.
you going to see Van Halen? And I'm going, who's the backup band? And she mentioned Rail, and I'm going, I know those guys.
Yeah,
I'll see
right.
you backstage. Like my free tickets would not get me in backstage. Okay.
Yeah, right.
But I went, I'll see you backstage. I know those guys. Sure enough.
Yeah,
No.
that's the way to do it.
Yeah, I met them in the Summit, the old Summit Hotel in Calgary. They used to be right across the street from the Greyhound bus station. You know that
Okay.
we don't have a national bus service in Canada anymore.
Yeah, right.
Like Greyhound does not exist in Canada anymore.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how tough it is to travel?
Yeah, well, that's it. So what is the buses just aren't a thing? Or people taking trains and planes and
It's planes. It's the undercutting of a company called WestJet
yeah.
that that started offering cheap plane fare to like the major centers, and then
Yeah.
the smaller aircraft carriers would handle like the smaller towns. Okay, and so that's all that we got now left.
Yeah, right.
So it's just airports. What if you can't fly?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it makes it tough. We
I
still
remember
got
when they shut down the service even in our area, and I'm going like, "Holy Downa! How do I get anywhere?"
yeah. Yeah, we still have bus services, but I think they're probably struggling a lot because of the same
Yeah,
with low priced airfares, but we don't have those anywhere near the low priced airfares that you guys get over there. It's we've got a couple, well, one or two low priced companies, and the others are
Thing is,
super
I
high
would
class.
rather fly first class than fly that way if it
Yeah.
came down to it. You know, like, uh, do you remember an 80s band called Nick Kershaw out of the UK?
Nick Kershaw, yeah.
Okay,
Nick
I was
Kershaw.
on tour with him when I was working for the VA company that I worked for,
Yep.
and the crew of his crew were actually offering me their air tickets so that they could travel in the truck. Can you get a load of that? Really? You want to
Oh,
travel in the truck? And they go, well, we don't get to see Canada that way. And
yeah.
they actually bid on what they're going to give me for me to fly. It's like, really, what's in it for me? Like, I don't mind
Yeah.
flying. Nice. I've seen all of this area of Canada many times, and they're trying to keep the driver awake. Okay. If I don't have to
Yeah.
keep the driver awake and you want to do that job for me, go right ahead. But what else is in it for me, right? Like it was wonderful not going from Calgary to Edmonton by truck. Like, I was there
Yeah.
in an hour. Oh, cool.
Yeah, right.
X amount of time to wait for a setup. What am I going to do? Oh, I'll hang out with a few friends. You know, but I I got it in a big way. Like, if you're touring an area, wouldn't you like to see it? Right?
Exactly. Yeah. I can see that. Just checking out Nick Kershaw. I remember now the couple of songs. The Wouldn't It Be Good? I Won't Let the
Oh
Sun
yeah,
Go Down on You. That was it. Says here he released two albums in 1984.
yeah,
You don't see that too often.
yeah,
Strike While the Iron's Hot.
yeah. And that was around the time that I worked for him.
Right, yeah. Cool.
And then I also did the Spoons. Ever heard of the Spoons?
The Spoons?
Yeah.
No.
Female bass player that can sing. The guitar player did most of the singing, though. They're a married couple, but she did wonders on my hair. She used to do
Right.
my hair every night. Well, it's time for you to get your poofed hair, right? Remember, like, the poofed hair look, right? Where
Right,
you
yeah.
use all that hairspray to destroy the world's ozone layer. Yeah,
There they are, yeah. They
yeah,
are a big hair band.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But they weren't like a hard rock band by any means. And she is actually very talented as a bass player.
Right. Yeah.
I was working crew for All Star for that show. So, and I also did Gowan. Ever heard of Gowan?
No.
Have you ever heard of Styx?
Sticks, I have, yes.
Well, Gowan is the current keyboard player of Styx.
Oh, okay.
He is originally from the UK. I think it's Scotland. Can't imagine, right? But he was born sort of like raised in Toronto. He's like got a master's degree in music. Well, I did
Right.
that tour with All Star Sound too. The Strange Animal tour was a lot of fun.
awesome.
And I got to do monitors for um, um, Melissa Etheridge,
Oh, that'd be cool.
Jasper, indoors because they didn't want her to play outdoors for snow job.
Hmm.
Like we have this, Much Music had this outdoor concert, like ski kind of thing, and it was called Snow Job. And they would
Right.
bring in bands, like every part of the country would host it. Okay, like, and Jasper hosted it for Alberta. And
Yep.
so you can imagine how cold it is in the middle of ski season during while universities are out for Christmas break. Like that's the main target area, right? Of
Yep.
these concerts. And there you are, you got the Goo Goo Dolls coming in and they're playing out in the winter weather, right? And then you have Melissa coming in and playing in the indoors, right? But it was fun.
Yeah.
I like that gig a lot. I didn't have to be outdoors that day
Yeah. True.
in like 20 below weather. It wasn't that cold, but it felt that way. Like mountain air. Have you ever been in the mountains when it's wintertime?
Yeah. Yeah, I have, but not a
And
lot.
it's a lot more colder than it is in Prairieville. It's
Right.
like you really feel the cold off of some
Uh,
areas of the mountains,
yeah. That
especially
that
northern.
elevation makes a big difference.
Yeah, that's how come I laugh when they go, "Oh, fish from India could survive in Canada." Yeah, right.
So I only went in the mountains in winter when I was going snow skiing. So
Well, that's
that's
what our concerts were all about, Like, oh, it's
oh,
ski season,
playing to the
Oh,
skiers.
good. That
Cool.
means I get to work outdoors. Brr.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Didn't even think of that. Ski season would be attracting all the bands. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, we another band that played was what's their face? Oh, they were really really big. Collective Soul.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay, they do that gig, and then this. Like, I don't know if you know about the Stampede or not, but we have this outdoor area called the Coca-Cola stage that's designed for around 5 to 6,000 spectators. Well,
Yep.
what did the people do? They booked the big Collective Soul during the time of their heyday without
Yeah.
thinking that 14,000 people were going to be in that area.
Yeah.
Like I'm going,
That's
are you guys nuts? And like all the rest of the bands that week use the gear that's provided by the PA company. These guys brought in their own huge PA system that could have done the Saddle Dome, like
yeah.
the arena, where they should have been booked in the first place.
Yeah.
Instead, I had to deal with that plus several generators that we would have never used under our normal circumstances.
Yeah, of course.
And we had bands like the Tea Party playing that year.
Yeah,
They
right.
used the gear, but I understood it right away, and I'm going, these guys are huge. Why are we dealing with this?
Yeah.
And I was like the head crew guy. And I was on the phone after the stampede ended going, next time you bring them in, put them in the saddle dome, please. Don't bring them in for the Coca-Cola stage, please.
Yeah.
You couldn't even move. You had people behind the stage area.
Yeah. Yeah. Chaos. So is that the Calgary Stampede?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Like I
Huge.
worked for local crew services, and like that was my one of my summer gigs, right?
Yep.
Was if I was in not out on the road, I'd be getting that gig. And that
Yep.
I got the gig, and oh god,
Hmm. So did it all work out in the end?
oh yeah, I had a
Yeah.
blast. I had a blast, and like I love their music anyhow. I'm going like this is great, but it's not so great. You know, like can we go to the Saddle Dome, please?
Yeah, exactly.
Like me and the rest of the crew were going, yeah. And then when we saw how many people were there, we all shook our heads. Like even the police were shaking their heads. Like like you're squished in like it's supposed to be like a sit down, have like the hippie kind of environment
Yeah.
where you've got 5,000 people sitting on the grass in front of the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, not 14,000.
So they,
The Stampede is an interesting story. You know about it?
oh, just that it exists. That's about all I know about it. Yeah.
It happened when it was formed. It was formed the same year as the Titanic sunk,
Okay. Right.
1912. But it didn't really become active until about 1923, when it became like a full-time event.
Mm.
And it was all started by a whole bunch of meat packers
Okay.
dealing with a rodeo.
Yeah.
That was basically all this what the Stampede was when it first started.
Hmm.
But by the time when I was there in the 60s, it's like a major $1 million event, and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah. And the Coca Cola stage, what? It's all just free entry. So
It comes with the entrance fee.
gotcha. Yeah. So just as
So
many
it's
people.
just a free concert that runs 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it basically features two bands in that 3 hour time period each night,
Yeah.
sometimes. Or a band that is capable of about doing a 2.5, 3 hour show.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it's had some pretty major entertainment at it. Like certain
Hmm.
bands, like you don't want to be pushing like a heavy A circuit band, but a band that's upcoming like the Tea Party was when they were there.
Yeah.
You
That's
know,
right.
it was like a good crowd, but it wasn't an offending crowd of 14,000 people.
Yeah.
Like I'm a stage guy. I don't want people near me.
Yeah.
I deal with the musicians on stage. They're enough. Okay. Like I don't want people near me. And luckily I was, when they brought in their whole crew, I'm going, well, I get the night off. And then the guy goes, no, you don't.
Hmm.
Like you're running out on stage if you see a problem. And I'm going, oh, okay. But, like there was no room. Like I had people right on the stairway up to the stage.
Yeah, well,
Like it was like backstage kind of environment. And what are all these people doing? Like normally they're like 6,000 in front of me and nobody around me. Right?
Patty, can I plan a stream for once? As in, plan it as in before it happens. Is that what you mean? That's got to be an impossibility for me, I think.
I don't like plan.
I'll try and plan a stream of one time.
Yeah.
Maybe. See how we go.
I look at streams like do it whenever you want to. There's so
Yeah,
many
all right.
people that are on YouTube, it don't really matter. You know, like I get kind of like the idea of this cycle, but it just reminds me of, like, oh, and next radio show will be, but you always have to move to the station. It's not like listening to radio where you're getting it back to back to back, right?
Yeah,
It's just all the jumping around.
exactly. So yeah, I just started this stream after Kevin's because there's so many people at Kevin's stream and everything, and wanted somewhere to go. I thought I'll start up, and nobody came from. Chewy came from that stream, and that was it.
Yeah, and even then I was like sort of working on something, and then I went, no, I've already done enough work today.
Right. So yeah. But we've gone 4.5 hours now.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
How is your time going, and do you have enough subs? No. No, you're still down.
What's that?
You still don't have 1,000 subs.
Oh no,
Or,
no.
you
Probably
know,
about
and
343
what
or
I
something.
do, I don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, might have to just about call it a night, I think.
Yeah, I'm about ready to fade.
10 p.m. here, Sunday night.
It's 7:03 in the morning.
Right. Boy,
Yep, been up all night.
unreal. All right. Well, thanks for coming anyway, Chewy. Thanks for
Oh,
coming
I
on.
enjoyed it. I really enjoyed playing.
Thanks for playing a few songs and thanks for the chat. It was awesome. Thanks,
Yeah,
mate.
thanks. I'll let you go, GRB.
Okay. Cheers. See you next time, Chewy. See you later. And thanks, Patty. Natural. $3G. Mike's turn to aquatics. Degenerate. Andrew Thompson. Chris Paul. Thanks, everyone. Take care. We'll see you next time, eh? Have a good night or a good day. See you later. Bye.